Well, now, welcome. That's it. That's all I got. Hang on. Hey, how do I turn this crazy song off? I'm not a technical guy. Fellas, if you don't know, that is our very own Alex Blocks, the God of War member himself, the member of Circus in the Sea, playing. That's his own song off his solo album. It's called Off Worlds. I just put the link up there in on the YouTube channel for you to get to his YouTube video for Off Worlds. And also the LP, which is available, I think, now, but I'm not entirely sure. It's good to see you. Can't see you yet. Hang on a second. Let me put my screen up. Well, fellas, it's been a couple of days since I've seen you. It's nice to see everybody. I think the beard's going to go pretty soon. You know, the beard, I'm going to gross you out here. The beard needs to go when you can't stop chewing on it. When it's long enough, you can put it in your goddamn mouth and chew on it. And when it starts to smell like peanut butter sometimes. That's the goddamn truth. Last night, I'm like, what's that smell? I'm like, that's peanut butter and that's my beard. I don't like it. I'm just too lazy to deal with it. So, hello, welcome. Good to see you all. We have a very packed GABBIN+GAMES today. The phone lines are open. I will bring most calls in towards the end of the show. But if there's something pressing that you feel is relevant to what we're talking about at the moment or within what we've talked about, absolutely hit me up. Just put yourself in the Discord. I'll bring you in. We got our first super chat of the day. It's from a good friend, Ratchet2505 of the Connecticut 0505s. He says, does Sony use indies to find new talent studios? Sure, but they don't, I don't think that's always their goal, right? I mean, just like anything else. I mean, indies are, you enter into a relationship with a developer, third party. If you're an indie and you're not funded as a second party by first party, if that makes any sense, right? So when we were doing Drawn to Death or Calling All Cars or whatever, we were officially an indie studio, meaning we weren't funded by big money, although we did get funded by Sony, but we weren't owned by a big company. And so we were second party. And obviously, yes, I remember going to a party one night at E3, I think, it was DICE in Vegas. And I went up to one of the suites with Scott Campbell, who had Eat, Sleep, Play with me. He had previously sold his game company, Incog Studios, to Sony. And we were all in somebody's suite, and there was a lawyer who came up to us, and we were saying, oh, we're starting a new company, Scott and me, blah, blah, blah. And we're like, and he's like, well, what's the goal? And we were both like, well, we want to make some great games, and of course, we want to sell it to Sony. And he says to me, he's like, oh, you're doing the dance, right? I mean, it's what most indie developers, not all, but certainly second-party developers enter into it with a mindset of saying, we would like to get acquired. Now, that's, again, I can't paint all developers with that brush, but the only people go, well, why did you leave Sony, Jaffe, if all you were going to do is turn around and work with Sony? And it was literally that. I'm like, yeah, I still want to work with Sony, but I'd like to have a payday that's massive if things go well. Now, things went well, but they didn't go well in that direction, so nothing ever came of it. But that said, that's how it usually works. If you're a third-party studio, meaning that, like, back in the day, Adam Boyes, or these days, Shuhei Yoshida finds you, sure, Shu may pick up the phone and call Rhodey, or pick up the phone and call Herman and say, hey, I think we should really seriously consider bringing these guys on the inside, at least for second party. But that's not usually the impetus to go out and search out these fellas. Thank you for the question, though. I appreciate it. Now, I'm kidding. I'm just people who are listening are like, where did he go? I'm right here. I'm not going to, I will not abandon you like your false gods do. I am here for you. Okay. I want to just jump right into the news because we have a lot of cool stuff to talk about when it comes to the world of video games. The first thing is I guess it's news, but it's exciting for me. If you have a PS4, you have a PS5, the July monthly games are announced. That's whatever. I'm not a big fucking deal, Jaffe. I know, but I want to tell you about one of them in particular. So A Plague Tale: Innocence, whatever. I hear it's phenomenal. I probably won't play it because it is the PS5 version, or at least the upgrade. I think there's an upgrade, at least frame rate. But I'm not really. It's stealth. I don't really like stealth for the most part. Old school Call of Duty. This is the one I give a shit about because Battlegrounds, while it is not a great game, If you like the wrestling, it's a fun game. And even if you don't like the wrestling, it's a fun multiplayer game. So just keep in mind, if you are a PlayStation Plus member and you're a member of GABBIN+GAMES, I highly recommend downloading Battlegrounds to your PlayStation of choice, because it will be a game night title coming up very soon. Battlegrounds, though, just so you know, is arcadey wrestling. It's not like the 2K wrestling, which I haven't really learned how to play those games that well. This is a lot sillier. It's got a kind of a fun, dumb, single player mode. It's an absolute B- game. There's nothing about this that's ever going to win any awards. It's just, if you like the brand, it's fun. It's one of those kind of Lego games, basically. It's like the Lego games. If you like Indiana Jones, you'll like Indiana Jones Lego, but there's nothing about it that's all that special. Jaffe, did you ever play WWE All-Stars? Says AR Video Games. I don't think so. Where would I have played that? Was that an arcade game back in the day? Okay, so Bacon, fuck you. Bacon Magma says, Battleground sucks. Won't catch me playing that trash. Who gives a shit what you play, Bacon? I mean, think about that. Think about the fact that anybody gives a fuck what you're playing on your goddamn console of choice, Bacon Magma, you old moron. Good to see you, Bacon Magma. Glad you're here. All right, listen, let's move on. This is an interesting story to me only because you guys know I love the horror. I'm not obsessed with Silent Hill like a lot of people, but this is an interesting thing because I'm seeing people get excited by this announcement, and I don't really necessarily understand why. This is Konami has announced a partnership with Bloober Team amid Silent Hill rumors. So everybody's kind of making the assumption that this game is going to be... oh yeah, your screen is too big. That this game is going to be Silent Hill, which it may very well be. I don't know anything about that. There's rumors that 2 Silent Hill games are being made, blah, 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 whatever. What's interesting to me about this, honestly, is this. Now, I have been a fan of Layers of Fear since I played it. Layers of Fear is one of my favorite all-time adventure games, single-player horror games, walking sim games. It is great. If you haven't played it, it's really easy to get. It's really inexpensive. It is fantastic. However, the Medium was not a good game. I mean, it wasn't crap, but it was super forgettable. Blair Witch was not crap, but it was super forgettable. Layers of Fear 2, out of all 3 of these, was the worst. Now, I do hear Observer is good. But other than assuming that this is genuinely good, okay, it's 2 out of 3 ain't bad. But I'm just kind of going, just because a team makes a lot of games that are thematically horror, and you're Konami, I mean, I'm assuming, Bloober had to pitch them and blow them away and all this stuff, but... yeah, Zach Scott says, I'll say this for Bloober Team, they ship games. Sure, they do. But the majority of them aren't great. They're kind of forgettable. They look nice. Blair Witch looked nice. But it's really weird that a company, it's not dissimilar to the guys that, is it Supergiant, the guys who do Man of Medan and do the thing with Sony, the Until Dawn. They're really going all in on horror, and I love that. If you guys love and know the movies, what's the guy's name? Jason Blum, Blumhouse Productions. He's gone all in on horror. They've made tons of money. The idea of a video game company being the Jason Blum, the Blumhouse of video games, is brilliant. But the 2 companies that have done it so far, Supermassive and Bloober, are exceptionally hit and miss, and more often than not, they are miss. Zach Yearwood says, well, who else is Konami going to partner with? There's a lot of fucking people they could partner with. Let me tell you something. If you guys play something called the Dread X Collection, which is, there's a horror website called Dread Central. And they have a little video game division that every 3-4 months put out something called the Dread X Collection. I think they're on Collection 4 right now. And they're basically anywhere from 8 to 12 horror games that are made by different developers within the course of like a week or a month. So they're super fucking indie, but there's some really interesting mechanics, some interesting takes on horror through interactivity. And if you're saying who else would they work with, if you're Konami, yeah, I don't know why you would go to Bloober. again, I'm not knocking Bloober. Bloober could have come in and knocked the pitch out of the park. You know, look, when I was working at Sony ImageSoft, we were one of the worst publishers in the business. And Disney came in and we were like, there's no way they're going to sign with us because we're one of the worst publishers in the fucking business. And we pitched the fuck out of it, and we showed them how we were going to correct our ways, and we got a great developer on board with the Traveler's Tales guys, and we were able to pull it off. So maybe Bloober did that as well. I'm not like, you know, making games is hard. I'm not like shitting on these guys. I'm just saying, as a fan of Layers of Fear who played it and said, I get it, I think they get it, this is really cool, I've been really disappointed that they haven't really followed up that quality with the other stuff that they have done. Okay. Let me get the super chat, and then I want to talk to you guys very briefly about some sales figures that I think you will be interested in. This super chat comes to you direct from good sir CARLBMAN. CARLBMAN. I don't know, man. Thank you, buddy. Is the PS5 ever doing backwards compatible PS3, PS2? Native backwards compatibility, meaning you're not going to be able to stream it. I would doubt it. I don't think there's any value in it for Sony in a meaningful way. I think because the architecture of those systems were so unique and so different, I think they would have to invest quite a bit. And I guess they're hoping if you care that much, you'll just stream it. I understand that's not ideal for a lot of people, and they wish it would just be proper backwards compatible. But it really is, my understanding, is a huge fucking effort and investment. And when you think about how well Sony is doing and PlayStation 5 is doing and PlayStation 4 to an extent is still doing, I think a lot of people at Sony would go, well, yeah, we could take these teams and do that. Or we could take these teams and work on the PlayStation 6, and we could work on VR, PSVR 2, or whatever it is that the people, or making the PSN store better, or who the fuck knows what that team would do in exchange for that. So I think the answer is no. I don't think you're going to see it. I mean, I don't have any insight into it. For all I know, there's a Sony conference rumored to be coming up in July and August, and maybe, yes, they'll announce it then. But I don't, if it's as much effort as I oh my God, Jaffe, if it is as much effort as I have been told to make that happen in a literal backwards compatibility like you get on Xbox, I can't fathom why they would do it. Brett the illustrator of the great illustrating... I got nothing right now, fellas. I got nothing. I'm burning the midnight oil. I was up late last night playing Desperados 3. Sue me. Brett the illustrator, thank you, sir. Drop super chat. He says, Jaffe Observer is really good. Check it out. I will. And that'll make me, I mean, it's not like I feel bad. I'm not a massive Silent Hill fan. I don't hate it. I don't have much of a relationship with it. I'm sure it's brilliant. I've tried to play it over the years, but it's just, I think it's too old now for me to go back to as anything other than sort of a research project. But yeah, I'll play Observer. And if it turns out that Observer is as good or close as Layers of Fear, then maybe we just chalk these up to some, you know, who knows where they're at. But again, I'm not knocking these guys. Making games is hard. Listen. Thank you, Brad. I appreciate that, buddy. Drive-By Joe says, Jaffe, old so-and-so, you old knucklehead. Drive-By Joe, I got to tell you something. A guy stopped by and wanted to talk to you today. Here he is. Oh, my goodness gracious. Hello, Drive-By Joe. I am Phil Spencer Jesus. I want you to know your soul will only be saved if you purchase a year subscription to GamePass. What? Thank you, Drive-By Joe. I appreciate it, buddy. Very, very kind. Very, very kind. Zach says, yeah, Medium is a really great story. The gameplay is hit or miss, just depending on your taste. Right. Understood. Okay. Listen to me. Let's talk sales for a minute. There's a couple of pieces of data I have. One I got exclusively. Nobody else has it, and I have it, and I'll share it with you. But it's going to come a little bit later in the show. But for now, this was interesting to me for a couple of reasons. The first one is if you're not looking at your screen, it's the 10 best-selling games of the last 12 months. It's a little confusing because in one hand it says physical and full digital ranked on dollar sales, but then at the bottom it says digital sales not included for some of these. So who the fuck knows how relevant this is? But here's what I find fascinating. So Last of Us Part 2 has been out for a year. You guys know I started off kind of going, yeah, I'm not that interested in that game, not my kind of game. And it ended up becoming one of my favorite titles in a while. I loved it. Haven't finished it, but I loved what I played so far. Fantastic game. I didn't like The Last of Us Part 1. Loved The Last of Us Part 2. Who knows? Who knows why? Okay. So, but what I was saying is, because there was so much noise, and you guys know I'm a super progressive fella, there was so much noise on the web about people going, oh, it's progressive, and it's, you know, it's pushing away the market, and, you know, Sony needs to, you know, go woke, go broke, all that shit. And I was really fascinated because you've got in that team, and I've made videos about this. I'm not going to, you know, go over well-worn, well-trotted ground for too long. I should give you a recap. I made videos about this where I'm just like, look, you've got these really creative guys and girls over at Naughty Dog. You've got a clearly progressive group of people. Even though I absolutely push back and disagree that people are like, Anita Sarkeesian is dictating what games are made. It's like, no, that's just insane. But do I know that there is a video where Neil Druckmann is like, hey, I heard some of Anita's stuff and I took it to heart and I think she was right? Yeah. This is a guy who clearly is a woke fellow. Whether you like that, which I do, or you don't, which a lot of you don't, doesn't matter. But what I was always curious about was, what are the sales on this game? Has it underperformed or not? Because if it does underperform, it opens up to me a very fascinating discussion within the Sony boardrooms or meeting rooms, which is Neil Druckmann's one of our superstars here. He's also now vice president or co-president, I don't remember which one, at Naughty Dog. It's going to be hard, but not impossible, of course, but it's going to be challenging to tell Neil no on what he wants to make on The Last of Us Part 3 if he wants to continue down that woke road, if the game didn't sell at expectations. We still don't really know if it did. What we know is in the last 12 months, meaning in the year that it's been out of all of the games that have come out in the world in America, well, no, this is, I think this is America. It is number 4 of all the games that have come out in the last 12 months, okay? It's ahead of Ghost of Tsushima, it's ahead of Spider-Man. The weird thing about this, though, is it's still hard to tell if it underperformed or is it doing better. I'm sure Sony's very happy with it. It's still number 4. But that said, though, do they look at it and say, geez, man, we lost 25% of sales from Last of Us 1. We might want to rethink alienating this audience that we pushed away. I have no fucking clue. I still don't really know. What I know is it being this high on the chart is good people. That's good news. The question is, though, it's weird because Animal Crossing has actually sold 33 million copies. They're not including digital here with their figure. So I assume the lion's share of that was digital, because there's no way in goddamn hell that these games above it, there's no way Spider-Man has sold over 33 million in one copy, right? There's no goddamn way that's the case. So we still don't really know what these numbers are. The only number that we really have that we can compare it to is the sandwich of Animal Crossing at 33 million with digital, and Assassin's Creed Valhalla is not that high when you include the numbers that Ubisoft has released. So who the fuck knows? When you say, why haven't they updated Miscellaneous Gaming Vids, The Last of Us numbers? Because that's not what they do. Sony has never consistently given out numbers unless from a PR standpoint they say there's value in us doing that. Even if they're good numbers, it's like it's not a story to them. Why would they share that? They don't need to. But I'm sure they're happy with it. It's a great game. It's a great game. I think Last of Us 2 underperformed, says Teja P, because if it wasn't, they would have talked about sales by now. Yeah, I mean, I understand. If it had been like gangbusters, you're right. But you could be right that it underperformed. The question is, did it underperform enough to make a difference? I don't fucking know. If they let it be a video game, it wouldn't have been as annoying, says Bryant. Well, that's the thing. Right now, I see a lot of people in the chat. What do you mean you can't see the numbers? There are no numbers. They're not giving you numbers. They're simply giving you ranking. And this is from Matt Piscatella. And he's an analyst, and this is from NPD, but there are no numbers. But if you go by the chat, okay, there you go. Teja P says Ghost Tsushima is 6.5. Okay, so first off, that should tell you something. Animal Crossing did gangbusters. So let's say Animal Crossing did 6. that means they did 27 million digitally? That's crazy. Okay, so if that's 6 and Assassin's Creed Valhalla, I think is 12 or 13, you can kind of guess. But anyway, I bet it sold as expected, says Uncle, and sold tons unless it was insane. They wouldn't say. Yeah, we don't really get to know that. I think, again, as a designer, as somebody who is progressive, as someone who doesn't really like all of these people pushing back on ideas that I think are important, like diversity, inclusivity, I hope that this has not scared Sony off from going down the road of continuing at least certain teams to explore themes at a high budget that are interesting and different and, frankly, controversial. I don't have a problem if they did it on the other side, by the way. I have always said that, even though I'm not the guy who would ever want to play or make the Fox News version or the conservative version of a video game. Clearly, there is a market for it, right? Clearly, there is a market for people who want games that are, big titty women and revealing clothes and super violence and no diversity. And I mean, I'm not even opposed to those things. I don't want to promote games that are anti-diverse, but I'm certainly not opposed to a Duke Nukem traditional kind of thing. But you'd think a company would have risen up by now. No, I do not eat Chick-fil-A because they're anti-LGBT position. Brian King says these are worldwide numbers for Animal Crossing. Yeah, but if they are, Brian, then aren't these all worldwide numbers? Or you're saying the 33 million Animal Crossing number is worldwide, but you can't use 33 million here. Okay, that's fair. So let's find out how many copies Animal Crossing New Horizons sell America. United States. I know. They're not really saying. You don't really have it broken up like that as far as I can tell. Okay, so who the fuck knows? We don't really get to know. Yes, Chick-fil-A Darth Nugget is delicious, but at the same time, it is also homophobic, and I will have nothing to do with it. Okay. Anyway, there you go. There's some information. I have a little bit more information on sales regarding Miles Morales coming up very, very soon. There was somebody who said something in the chat. Right. Well, this is somebody. Yeah, but the differential operator is quoting the Sony quote from the weekend sales, which is not really relevant. He says, The Last of Us 2 has achieved not only critical acclaim, but also significant financial success. This is a quote. According to Sony, the PlayStation exclusive game took home over $4 million in the initial 3 days. Yeah, but the time, and this, not that I care that I'm old or I'm 50, but this will date me. The time I learned that opening weekends mean nothing in terms of long-term health of a product was in 1990, the summer of 1990, when the movie Dick Tracy came out. And Dick Tracy was, it's got its good points, but it's not good. It's not what people thought it would. It's not Batman, let's put it that way. And it had so much marketing, whether it was Madonna or McDonald's, they just spent tons of cash. It made $100 million in a weekend, and everyone was like, it's a hit, it's a big fucking hit. And then it just cratered, right? So just because Last of Us Part 2 comes out and does $4 million, that's like Twisted Metal 3 and Twisted Metal 4 doing great originally because it's building off the success of what came before it. But no, what you need numbers now, and Sony's not putting them out at the moment. Zachary Scott says, I don't think people are against inclusion and diversity as much as they are pushing back against being clubbed over the head. Nuance and subtlety would normalize these things. Yeah, but the problem with that, Zach, briefly, we're not going to spend too much time on this because it's been talked to death. But the problem with that is what for you is a club over the head, for me is normal. Okay, so if you play The Last of Us, there's nothing. Let's just take the relationship between Ellie and Dina. Matt Parsa, I will respond to you in a moment. Let's just take the relationship between those two characters, lesbian characters, right? Well, there's nothing in that relationship and the way that relationship is portrayed in The Last of Us Part 2 that is any more in your face, clubbing you over the head, overt, shoved into the spotlight than what you would see in a straight relationship. So because I live in a very progressive area, because I've always had LGBT folks in my family and I've had LGBT folks as friends, to me, it's normal, right? But to you, maybe if I don't know where you live and it doesn't matter, I'm not mocking it, but if you are in a world where you don't engage with a lot of LGBT folks, then sure, it may seem like clubbing you over the head. But, you know, I thought The Last of Us did use subtlety quite well, says Zach. People overreacted. It got dragged into a situation it didn't create. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Maddie Parsa says, what are you talking about, Jaffe? You old man. You need to go drink some whiskey and moonshine and shut the fuck up, says Maddie Parsa. He says, the first couple of weeks are the most important part of a release. I did not say that the first couple of weeks aren't important. What I said is the first weekend is not indicative, if it's a sequel, of anything other than the marketing of the game, or if it's or of the movie or the album or whatever. If it's a sequel, it's indicative of the quality and the excitement built from the prior title. Thus, Twisted Metal 3 did better than Twisted Metal 2, even though most people would tell you Twisted Metal 3 is a really not good game. Or if it's a brand new IP, you're going off marketing and PR. But you know, if you look at Cyberpunk, yeah, Cyberpunk came out big. If you look at Tesha says Cyberpunk made 10 million in December and sold less than 1 million in January, right? You gotta get past that hump of marketing and PR and good faith built on sequels. And that was also marketing and hype and The Witcher and all that stuff. Okay. Can Last of Us stop having such a stranglehold on game culture? You know what? The reason it has a stranglehold, we'll move on from this though, but the reason it has a stranglehold is because it, you know, look, it planted a flag. It said, we're not afraid to go here. If you find lesbians and women who are straight women, but they happen to be a different physique, if you find Jews, there's Jews in the game. I mean, whatever it is you might find troubling or woke about it, they're going, yeah, we don't really care. This is the world in which we live. Just don't play our fucking game. And it sounds like maybe some people didn't, which is great. Okay. I agree. Wise guys, I agree. He says, I love everything about Last of Us 2 except the pacing. Yeah, the pacing was a little bit off. Yes, Wolfblood, I will be watching Black Widow. Boom, let's move on. This is not news anymore. This is old news. This is yesterday. But I bring it up for a point, okay? Man, that Diet Coke swill is good. Listen to me. PlayStation acquires Housemarque. We knew this was coming. There's no surprise. There's no surprise that they acquired Housemarque. And it's a great get, but it's not really meaningful to anybody other than people who may have hopefully gotten very wealthy. And Sony that might be breathing a sigh of relief that this company isn't going to go work with someone else, because Returnal, Game of the Year candidate for me, easily. Phenomenal game, incredibly creative, incredibly cool. I think it's a cult classic. I said it when it came out. I think it's kind of the Blade Runner of video games. I don't think it's going to set the world on fire or has set the world on fire with sales. But I think if you're Sony and you look at this team, you're like, they just, you know, and I don't know where this, you know, they really... I don't think they made a mistake necessarily if they budgeted for it, but I think it's clear when they were designing it, this was going to be niche, right? And I don't know if Sony was the ones pushing for the kind of roguelike or at least such an extreme roguelike, or if it was Housemarque, or if it was both, or Sony was pushing back, and we don't know that, or I don't know that. But certainly I think anyone at Sony could look at this and say, you know what? This is a great team. They've been in business for over 20 years. We love working with them. And all we need is just that one nugget of an idea that is commercial, that goes through the filter of these incredible game makers. And we're going to have the next big franchise. And I think they're right. I think it's a great get. And then obviously, as you guys know, Sony Japan fucked up, and then they're like, oh, we're also, you know, they published a blog post talking about acquiring Bluepoint. Well, then they erased it and pulled it back and all that. But I think everybody has always been speculating. Bluepoint is going to get acquired. Housemarque is going to get acquired. They're both good gets. What they're weird, though, is that, you know, I've seen people online like Xbox and Sony people. It's like, haha, we bought studios or whatever. And it's like you did, but nothing will change if you're a fan of Sony's first party. This is we don't know behind the scenes. You going to Mama's? All right, have fun. We don't know behind the scenes stuff, right? We don't know if it turns out that these guys were like about to go work for Xbox, and thank God Sony got in there and said, no, okay, here, we'll call your bluff. Here's $40 million or whatever it was they acquired them for. But for fans, it's just going to be more of the same, right? I do think the sexier purchase, doesn't mean the smarter purchase, but the sexier purchases of what Microsoft's been doing, only because you're like, what? You're taking these Bethesda games off the market? You're taking Schafer's games off the market? You're taking Tango Gameworks games off the market once they go through their contractual obligations to be on all the systems. But ultimately, yeah, you can't complain. I think they're going to announce the Blue Point acquisition, which I do think is real, at the Sony conference, which is rumored to be next month or the month after in August. Don't fucking quote me, because I don't have any. Last time I said this, I saw like 20 news stories. I'm like, I don't know when this is going to be. What I know is they've been working on a bunch of stuff. They're talking about showing a bunch of stuff. Friends of mine who work there have talked about things like the new PlayStation Now or PlayStation Plus or whatever. They're like, dude, it's a redesign. It's really cool, blah, blah, blah. But I don't have any details, and if I did, I wouldn't spoil them. But my understanding is there's going to be some big announcements soon. That's where I think they're not only going to announce the Blue Point acquisition, they're going to officially announce this. It's already been leaked now. This is exciting. I loved Ghost of Tsushima, one of my favorite games last year. There's a director cut coming for PS4 and PS5. Obviously, that means it's going to look a little sharper, a little better. I don't know what kind of changes they're making to the PS5, but I have a PS5, so I'm excited. I may hold off finishing it to acquire this beautiful gem of a game when it comes on PS5. But also, they are talking about Ghost of Ikishima, which is a Ghost of Tsushima standalone game. My guess is this is going to be in this. So it's going to kind of be like the Spider-Man game, the PS4, PS5, where if you got the PS5 version, you got Miles Morales. I think Ghost of Ikishima is going to be announced at the PlayStation reveal or State of Play or whatever, however they do it, next month or in August, and it's going to be part of this bundle here, which is the director's cut for PS5, PS4. I don't know if that's true, but I think that is absolutely what is happening. Now, what I will say about this acquisition that I do think is interesting, the Sony acquisitions, is it's, people are going to, whatever, think what you want. I don't give a fuck. But Jimmy Gilchrist, why don't I join Reset Era? Please, I think you can even mention my name over on Reset Era. Okay, literally, I don't think you can. Okay, so what's interesting to me about this is that Sony really needs, in my opinion, and I don't run Sony, obviously, Jaffe, and I know they're having these discussions. They have to be. I was in executives' offices at Sony at times where we were talking about free-to-play models, and we were talking about, all kinds of really interesting things happening on the cell phone, smartphones. And these are, right, I'm not going to name names other than tell you, like, Scott Rhodey, Shuhei. These are guys that will send you tweets going, I know for a while Shuhei was really into, what was that, Monsters and Mazes or whatever the fuck it was, the first-person kind of gotcha thing, and he was really into Clash of Clans, and there was like a Sony group playing. It's not like they didn't know it, but there were higher up executives that had no fucking clue the state of the art or the state of the play when it came to what was happening anywhere other than just on PlayStation, right? So I'm sure there are people at PlayStation at high levels that don't agree with what I'm about to say, but you can't not agree with what I'm about to say, which is these acquisitions. If you look at this beautiful lineup, and looking on your screen, it's all the studios they own. I didn't know they own Pixelopolis. I don't really think Pixelopolis has earned the right to stand shoulder to shoulder here, but fine. If they've owned them, they're part of the family. But other than that, if you look at the pedigree of these developers, this is Rolls-Royce. This is Bentley. This is the Ferrari of fucking games, and they should be thrilled. They should be proud. Gamers who own a PS5 should be thrilled to enjoy the fruits of this level of, it's caviar to Game Pass's French fries, okay? I love French fries. I don't even like caviar, but you get my point, okay? The problem with this, though, is there was this story about, it's hyperbolized. Sony snipes at Microsoft's spending spree. One of the things that Herman Hulst said in this interview with GQ was he said, he basically says it's hard not, he says it's not like we're going around just making random acquisitions. They're very, very targeted acquisitions of teams we know well. So for us, it makes sense to do that. This is not something you do overnight, implying that this group of people work well within the culture, the family, blah, blah, blah. All that's great. But Sony is seriously lacking in, and they know this. They're seriously lacking in being a diversified portfolio of games. And I just think they haven't shown any teams with the aptitude for cracking that Fall Guys, Among Us, Fortnite, Madden, just kind of that, whether it's bro or whether it's like, the younger kid generation, not like Mario, but like, streamer-centric shit. Like that is where most the Roblox, that is where most of the money in the industry is made, okay? The games that you're looking at right now, the teams are just insanely expensive to make, and they're getting more and more and more expensive. So I just think if I'm running the ship at Sony, I would be super proud of this group of teams. This is the best in the business. Maybe you could argue Nintendo gets to fit in there a little bit with some of their teams in terms of pure gameplay. But short of that, this is the best in the fucking business. It's amazing. It's the Avengers of game developers, right? But you got to get that. You got to get those other kind of developers, Sony, because otherwise, as great as these are, you're going to start having more and more diminishing returns as the costs go up and more gamers are not responding to this. There will always be an audience for this. But this audience has a ceiling, as we talked about last week. This audience isn't really growing. The gaming audience is growing, but the AAA $60, $70, $80 narrative story dealing with maps and spatial relations and inventory and learning all the controls, that is capped. That is capped. So I think they need to, I don't know if they need to go out and sort of make crazy acquisitions, but I'm sure they've tried. I mean, I'm sure they, in their back of their heads, they were hoping the guys, I forget what they were called, that made Destruction All-Stars. They were hoping that was going to be a hit. There is talk that they are going to be going day one PC, and I talked about this on my Twitter yesterday with some of their multiplayer games. People have theorized that The Last of Us Part 2 mode is going to be PC day one launch. Not the single player, but the multiplayer. I think that's brilliant if it's true. I think the Guerrilla Games game, which is one of the ones they're working on, which is multiplayer centric, if not only, should be a service game. And it should be on as many systems as they can get it, if not anything other than just PC and PlayStation. Because they've got to start making inroads. This is a huge chunk of the gaming industry. And it doesn't cost as much to engage with this huge chunk that does more numbers. But so far, they really have just not been able to do it. Look at this. Look at these numbers here. This is a Roblox game. Miraculous Ladybug, 100 million plays. 100 million plays on the goddamn Roblox game. It's not a piece of shit. It's made by a pro developer, but this is not a $200 million gamble. This is just, it speaks to an audience that they're not speaking to. And they really need to learn how to speak to that audience. That's all I'm fucking saying. Destruction must have failed horribly since it's not in the picture, says Bacon. Well, Destruction wasn't made by Sony. Destruction was a second-party game, as I understand it. And in that, these are only companies, Bacon, that Sony actually owns. But see, this is the problem I have with some gamers. Protus X says, who cares about Roblox, though? Nobody. Really? Roblox currently opened their IPO at $40 billion valuation. It's literally making one game on the system, not the whole game. One little fucking shit cheap game that probably cost under $1 million to make has 100 million players. Who cares about Roblox? A shit ton of people. Okay, and I'm not arguing, and we're going to get to this in just a second when we talk about something on Sacred Symbols this week about PS4, PS5, and Crossgen. I'm not arguing with you that you don't care for it. I'm not arguing that with you. I'm arguing from a standpoint of the health of this company that a lot of you guys claim to love and care about. You know, read the tea leaves, man. You know, read the road, read the room, what have you. Nobody wants Roblox. You're just 9 lives. Do you hear what I am saying? Okay. All right. I mean, I don't, at this point, I don't know what to tell you. It's like you just don't really want to listen. I'm not saying you need to go home and play Roblox. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there is a huge market that doesn't cost a lot of money to spend on. You're seeing it happen in third-party games, by the way. You're seeing those games because Sony's going to make money for a while regardless. They probably have 1, maybe 2 generations where it's not going to hit them that hard, if at all. Because even though God of War Ragnarok 2, or whatever the fuck they call the one after the new one, may not make as much profit, it will sell PlayStations. And every PlayStation sold is giving PlayStation more money. Okay, so even though these would be, if not loss leaders, less profitability than hoped for leaders to bring people into the ecosystem, and then anything on PlayStation Sony makes money off of, eventually that's going to get hard to sustain as these budgets go up and that audience doesn't grow. So if you look at what's happening at third-party games that do not have the benefit to make the licensing fees off anything on the hardware, they are, look at what Ubisoft is doing. I don't mean the sexual, harassing people and the toxic workplace creation. That's separate than they're doing, but or at least allegedly. But if you're talking about the games they're making, they have pivoted, and they are continuing to pivot hard to games as a service. You see it with EA. You see it with Activision Blizzard. You fucking see it with Call of Duty, right? So all I'm saying is it's not that I want you to enjoy Roblox. It's that I want you to understand I'm not coming at this as a fan right now, other than a fan of games in general and Sony in general. I get it. You don't want to play Roblox. Guess what? I don't either. It's not the point. Okay, let's move on, though. I want to tell you something. This is an interesting thing Phil Spencer says about Halo. This is interesting for a couple of reasons. Who knows how to take this? Phil Spencer, who runs Xbox, says he's doing a podcast with IGN. He says, Halo Infinite is not make or break for the franchise, says Phil Spencer. He says, Halo will be here, this quote, 10 years from now. Is Infinite a linchpin? The linchpin on whether it survives that long? Absolutely not. Now, a couple ways to take this, right? The first one is, wow, are you lowering expectations? I mean, you don't really say that. That would be like Sony Santa Monica or Herman Holst or Rhodey coming out and saying, look, we love Kratos. We're all in on Kratos. But even if Ragnarok isn't that good, we're going to get rid of Kratos? Come on, we love him. And I know he's not saying that, but why would you say it otherwise, right? And then he's also going on, though, to kind of couch it a little bit. It says, see, I don't agree with this. This is analysis. This is not what he said. Games Radar author says, it's important to note that Xbox boss isn't trying to lower expectations with the comments either. Says who? He doesn't say that. What he says is during the interview, Spencer added he has confidence they'll deliver the game, the Studio 343, and didn't want to put undue pressure on the team making it. Spencer said, I never want to put a team in a position where they feel this one's got to land or who knows. Okay, but you know what? That is the position they're in. That's the position anybody working in games is in. Okay? It doesn't mean every time you're making a game, if it's a failure, you're dead. But come on, man. They know this is just a weird comment. And I don't know if he said it with anything other than just going, no, Halo's stronger than any one game. And it was just more of an intellectual conversation about the value of brands, and you extract from it what you want. I don't know, but it is a weird, unfortunate quote. But the other thing about this that is really curious to me is look, there are very few brands in video games that are conceptually strong enough to work if their moment-to-moment release, their latest release, or at least their latest few releases, are not insanely great. Halo is, I'm sorry, it's nothing special. Okay, I don't mean that as a game. I know it's very special as a game. And in that, all the other things that make it special lob onto it, right? But Halo is not this thing that has entered the zeitgeist from a standpoint of everybody loves Master Chief and they want to know his story and they want to, if you're a hardcore Halo fan that reads the novels, sure, of course, great. The vast majority of people, if Halo came and went, they wouldn't care. They just wouldn't care. And that's not a knock against Halo. That's the majority. Same with Ghost of Tsushima. I love Ghost of Tsushima, one of the best games I played last year. There's nothing special about Ghost of Tsushima as a brand. It was marketed well. It's a beautifully made game. And by the very nature of being good, Jin Sakai has become a character that a lot of people care about and like. Okay? But if the next Ghost of Tsushima is shit, or if Sony drops the ball, it's not like people are going to go, yes, but we have to keep making Ghost of Tsushima. Like, no, you really don't, because there's nothing inherent in that brand that is so special that it transcends the product it was made for. There are some video games that do, but there are not a lot. So I just think this quote from Spencer that it's not make or break brings up interesting points. Is he lowering expectations? Is he just talking about the power of brand? Does he think the brand is still strong without one or two amazing games to come out and sort of bring it back to relevancy? None of my, again, I don't bring this up like my kids are the barometer, but they have friends. Their friends come over. Now they're starting to come over again because everybody's vaccinated. They're not talking about Halo. They talked about, if you watch that movie Boyhood from Richard Linklater, Halo as a cultural touchstone, in that movie, the kid who grows up throughout the course of the film is playing Halo in the 90s. Halo's a 90s thing, right? Halo was relevant in the late 90s. It's like late 90s, right? Early 2000s. That's where it was really, you couldn't, he was the mascot of Xbox. I'm not saying they can't bring him back. Anthony says Halo is much bigger than you're giving credit for. I mean, educate me. I play Halo. I like Halo. I have no problem with Halo. I enjoyed the last Halo from 343 that was multiplayer. I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying that it's not this great brand that transcends the quality of the title being made. Let's take Star Wars. Star Wars is a great brand. Even though a lot of people look at Star Wars and say it's shit, the J.J. Abrams, Rian Johnson ones, I don't say they're shit, but a lot of people do. They have real problems, but I don't think they're shit. The prequels are certainly shit, but regardless, Mandalorian comes along, Rogue One comes along, or what was it called, Rogue Legacy, Rogue One, whatever, the one with Felicity Jones comes along, and it's all forgiven, right? That's a brand that has enough meat on the bone to transcend a bad title. I don't think Halo has that. Okay, let's move on. Boom. This was interesting. There's no real news here. I'm just curious what you guys think about this, because I loved this game. This was this is Gears of War Hiverbusters, and it was an expansion. It was on Game Pass. It was for free if you have Game Pass. I don't know how much it cost, probably $20 otherwise. It was a co-op 4-player game. Really fun. We played it on stream. You finish it in one sitting. Looks really nice. Plays really good. A lot of fun. A lot of variety. But this guy is writing an article, and he's the only guy I've seen write about this, so I don't know if his date is correct. But he says the way he's assuming he knows what he's talking about is he says there's a trophy for playing the game, just for booting it up and playing the game. He says the first achievement you receive at the beginning of the DLC for simply playing the game is a rare achievement, right? So he's basically saying so few people played this game that the achievement for playing it, just booting it, is rare, which I don't understand that. I don't understand that because it was great. It was really fucking fun. Max Blaze says it's amazing. I agree. 9 Live says, again, hey, 10 million is not a big deal. I mean, 9 Lives, I'm not shitting on Halo, you guys. I wish there was a way you could come into this chat and realize that when I say things, I'm not fanboying. I'm not insulting a title you love. I literally love Indiana Jones. Literally, I don't know him. He's not real. I love Indiana Jones. I grew up obsessed with that franchise. I can still look at Kingdom of the Crystal Skull and say it's a piece of shit. Okay? I can still look at the new Indiana Jones and go, really? The fuck are you people doing? I'll see it because it's indie. Any indie for me is good indie. But I don't go around pretending if somebody says Crystal Skull was shit or they need to get somebody else besides Harrison Ford. I don't be like, no, you're wrong. No, it's you can be a fan of something and still, have an opinion that's not slathered in just sort of cum juice of your fandom. Hivebusters getting overlooked comes down to failed marketing, says Zach. That could be that. The only reason I played it was just because, I have game. Oh, we're going to talk. Okay. It may come down to failed marketing. I don't know if I agree now that I'm about to say what I'm about to say, but I hear what you're saying, and we will talk about that in a moment. India Johns, says James Gilchrist, doesn't hold up today. Is India Johns the porno version of Indiana Jones? Oh, Michael Green, you go to hell. Shut your mouth, sir. He says Crystal Skull was the best. You're going to hell, buddy. You're going to hell. Halo was a brand that transcended games, says Still, books, animated series, and more, especially when Halo multiplayer was used to make machinima, red versus blue. But in the years after Bungie, it is declined. Yeah, but okay. I mean, it transcended games in the I don't mean it transcended like there weren't opportunities for it to go to other brands. A lot, Dragon Age did that. But when I say transcended, I mean that it moved outside of being good because the games were good. It was good because the intellectual property itself was incredibly compelling. And the intellectual property for Halo, at a high concept, if someone says, oh, we're going to go to the movies, what are you going to see? Oh, I'm seeing Halo. What's it about? It's this space war Starship Troopers guy, and you don't know what he looks like, and he's got this virtual assistant. I mean, there's nothing about it that is special other than they just executed brilliant games. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm fucking saying. Okay. There's a reason you can make an Uncharted movie and not a Halo. Well, I think Halo's got the same problem, though. I think Halo's got the same problem, Rob. Not Halo, Uncharted. I don't mean Uncharted's not going to be a good movie, but if Uncharted works, it's not going to be because the source material. It's going to be because a director and or writer or a producer finally got in there and said, look, we got to get a good script here because it's not in the game. I love the Uncharted games except number 4. There's nothing, I'm not knocking Uncharted. I'm just saying that Uncharted as a game is brilliant. As a story, it's a wonderful nod of the hat to indie and tropes and all this stuff, but there's nothing to it. There's nothing to it. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Let's move the fuck on, though. Let's move the fuck on. How about it? How about it, kids? Let's pack it up and move on, shall we? Oh, you goddamn right, Nah Dog. If you're talking about Sony has no multiplayer killer apps, well, they might soon. They are working with Guerrilla's working. They hired the designer, the director of Rainbow Six Siege. I expect great things, man. A lot of people loved Killzone 2. I never played it, but people said the Killzone multiplayer in Part 2 was phenomenal. I think Sony needs to get out of its own way, though. I think they need, when it comes to these multiplayer games, there is a thread of artistry that is marbled into sort of the Sony developer DNA. And sometimes it comes from the producers that manage these teams. Sometimes it comes from the teams they hire. Maybe it's just the culture and it affects the teams that didn't have it before they worked with Sony. But there is this kind of artistic sensibility that I think they put onto even you see in their multiplayer games that I feel ends up pushing more people away. Like there is, I know it's people make fun of like bro games and shit, but there is this kind of, there is no director. There is no vision. There is no auteur behind the scenes in Gears of War multiplayer. Not single player, but multiplayer in terms of competitive multiplayer. Or Call of Duty. Like the star is the property. But when you play Uncharted multiplayer, you play Last of Us multiplayer, you play even Destruction All-Stars multiplayer, it has such a stamp of personality and earnestness and seriousness that it just doesn't feel like a fun kind of sport you want to sit around and play with your friends. That's what I think. That's what I fucking think. Yeah, Wavemaster, I'm not talking about the moment-to-moment gameplay. Wavemaster says Uncharted 2 multiplayer was one of the best. I even enjoyed Last of Us multiplayer. I'm not saying the moment-to-moment expression of the gameplay isn't competitive. I'm saying from a marketing standpoint, the conceptual design of what they're selling seems to feel too smart for the room for what they're trying to create, is what I mean. And overall sales, especially being an exclusive, Returnal bombed, says Gnawdog. It wouldn't surprise me, but do you have numbers for that, Gnawdog? Major Pest says, Jaffe, the Hivebusters achievement rarity is misleading. Xbox counts all Game Pass games as library games and doesn't install achievement lists like PlayStation does. Okay. So you're saying that it did sell well, or it got played a lot? Yeah, again, I'm not knocking The Last of Us multiplayer at all. I'm not talking about that, guys. I'm talking about something very, very different. Jaffe, is there a game where you've played recently with an impressive story? Let me think about that. That's not where my head's at right now, but ask me later if you're still on, and I'll let you know. I want to talk about this briefly. I've been accused in the past of being a shill for Game Pass. Again, I've shown people my receipts. I literally yesterday tweeted my receipts out that show that I pay monthly, $15 a month for Game Pass Ultimate. Very happy with it. I showed receipts showing that I don't pay for the year of PS Now because frankly, I don't use it that much. So I am paying for it this month because I wanted to play a couple of games, but then I just let it lapse. But there is a narrative out there that creators are being paid, like you see in this video here, by a guy named Bamalam. Interesting. It's a fun name. To promote Game Pass. Now, that may be true. I don't know that. That's not what I'm talking about. But yes, recently you have seen, if you live on the Twitter like I do, you have seen a lot of people talking Game Pass and a lot of influencers talking Game Pass. And so, you know, I understand it's illegal. I had a chat with that Gamergate guy. We did an interview. It was really interesting to me. It's on the channel if you're interested. I think he went by Jen something, but it's in the interview section. Hello, Heath Nation. Good to see you as always, buddy. But it basically, was talking about how these people get paid to promote Game Pass. And I'm going, well, I've never been paid to promote Game Pass, but the point is it's supposed to be illegal. They're supposed to disclose that. But let's, for the moment, assuming they're not breaking the law, and let's assume Xbox is paying people to shill Game Pass. I just want to let you know that happens everywhere, right? I'm showing you this picture because this is the band Outkast. Now, Outkast used to be the biggest band for a moment. It was probably a year they were everywhere, right? And I remember going to an E3 party, a PlayStation E3 party that was open to the press, and Outkast played, and Bill Maher was there, and there were a bunch of celebrities that were in the VIP section, and the media was there to take pictures of the celebrities playing PlayStation. So the idea that somehow Microsoft is assuming they're not breaking the law, and they've already gotten, or they didn't, but Machinima got slapped in the wrist for it. So I assuming, Microsoft's a big company, they know what they're doing. But assuming they're on the up and up, if they are paying people to promote it, well, you think these people came to the party for free? Come to the party, get a PlayStation 2, get a Sony swag bag. You want to perform Outkast so we can get people thinking we're the cool system? Not a problem. We'll pay your $26,000 fee to walk onto the stage and sing one song and go away. Right? So I don't have any data. And like I said online, if Microsoft wanted to pay me to shill Game Pass, you goddamn right I would. But I'd let you know I was doing it. But I would only do it because I love it. I've been shilling it for free anyway. They're like, why would we pay you? Why buy the cow? I understand. But there you go. So this is not like a rare thing. These companies always do this. They always fucking do this. Okay. Jaffe's stick is saying something good about something, then say something bad. So he went. I don't know what that is. English, my good sir. Okay. So Neo says, I hear Last of Us 2 multiplayer will be a standalone game, not a simple DLC. Maybe Sony will do a Battlefront where they have 4 to 5 factions. I don't know, but I do think you will see that as well as the Guerrilla on PC day one, along with PlayStation 4 and 5, or maybe not 4, but there's a UK article says Zaf, about Microsoft paying influencers to sponsor Xbox. Not crazy to believe some influencers are paid. Sony and Nintendo do that too. Yeah, I don't know why it's such a fucking surprise to people. I don't even know. Okay, Classic Krusty, can you explain to me what Bacon said? You obviously can translate. Bacon Magma literally wrote this in the chat. Jaffe Stick. Is it shtick you're looking for? Jaffe Shtick is you say something good about something, then say something bad so he won't seem biased. God damn, Magma, really? God damn, you can't write well. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ, sir. Okay, let me do it again now. Jaffe Shtick is he says something good about something, then he says something bad so he won't seem biased. Or it's called being an adult and realizing that life is shades of gray. And it's called being in the industry for over 20 years at a very high level and knowing where a lot of the bodies are buried. And let me put it this way. I'm about to play you guys a clip from Sacred Symbols, okay? Which, you know, I love that show. I'm a big Colin Moriarty fan. And they literally, you've got the guy, this guy, is this Chris Raygun or Dustin? I don't know what they look like yet. I know Colin. I don't know who this guy is. But he's either Chris Raygun or he's Dustin. And he literally he's going to do a quote in a second. Where he says, it's like, he implies something like, but what Sony PlayStation told us isn't accurate. And I'm kind of going, well, no shit. The idea that there are gamers out there like Bacon that literally think that these companies don't owe you the truth. They owe you the product. They owe you satisfaction with the product. Okay, so if what they're talking about here is Crossgen, which we'll get to in a second, where he basically is I guess kind of referencing what what's the guy's name, Jim Ryan said about we believe in generations. Well, that made me think this. Okay, yeah, but you can parse that to understand that he doesn't have to have been saying that. That's what you heard, and that may very well have been what he wanted you to hear. But the idea that this guy who's a pro is actually using that as like but that's what they said. It's like, yeah, they say a lot of things. They say a lot of goddamn things. Doesn't mean they're real. It means they're trying to sell you shit, man. Give you my review of RE8. It is currently on the channel. It is on, you can go to the review section of this channel and you can see my review. Solid Snake, thank you for that super chat, buddy. I appreciate it. He says, say my name, bitch. Say Beyonce. I'll say Beyonce all the goddamn day long. I'm a fan of Beyonce. I'm a fan of your money, too. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. But seriously, Beyonce, Beyonce, Beyonce. Are you coming yet? Here we go, Beyonce. Beyonce, have a smoke. Okay. Oh my God, you can't say learn how to read while telling someone to learn how to read. That's true, Kyle. That's true. I don't know what they look like. I don't know. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? Is this Dustin or Destin? I don't know these guys. I know Colin. Okay. Okay, let me see. Who cares if they're paid, says Empowers. Just don't be a fool and do your research. Right. Chris likes games. He's a fan of Halo. He's a fan of Sony. It doesn't matter. So this is not Chris then. I don't know who this is. Jaffe, what do you think about Devil May Cry? Ask me at the end of the show where we just do call-ins and Q&A. I'll answer that. Okay. Listen to me. Let us talk about this a little bit. I want to play you a clip. And this, again, I highly recommend. I'm sure you already listened to Sacred Symbols or anything over on Colin's channel. Is good people. I'm a fan of Colin. You guys know that. I like the guy very much. I like what he's doing. I don't believe a lot of the hate the guy gets. I've never seen anything to suggest he earns it. But I don't agree with him on what they're about to say. I'm going to let this play for, I think it's like 45 seconds. Maybe it's a minute. Again, you know, this is their channel. This is Sacred Symbols. Check it out if you haven't. I'm going to mute myself. Shay, I'll get your super chat in just a second. I appreciate that, buddy. But this is from Sacred Symbols. I want to talk about this when we come back from listening to these guys.
Now, with the PlayStation 5, that's no longer the case. The PlayStation 5's SSD is so fast we can change the way we design games. That's fact. It's what was said. No arguments.
Get to the point. It's a bigger point to be made. But this idea, I finally had this explained to me. I don't use design the way a lot of people use design, okay? So when somebody says the SSD will change game design, as in the moment to moment or even the meta, I'm still going, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, how is the SSD going to make fighting games better? Like, what is going to happen with the hit volumes because of the SSD? And they're like, oh, well, no, the levels are bigger. Like, if you go to this article about Deathloop, the levels are bigger because of the SSD. We couldn't have done this on PS4. I get that. That's great. Or you load faster, or you can have a lot more monster variety visually because you don't have to wait and go through a hallway to load an extra monster. You can, like, boom, here, you want a Minotaur God of War? Instead of having to load that in its own section because it's so much texture, boom, he's right here for you. I get that. And that makes sense, and that's a wonderful thing. But it's not game design, just so we're clear. It's that's why I was always confused when they would say that. But let's go on. Let's continue with what this fellow's saying. Dustin, okay.
Okay.
Video's low audio? Okay, I'll fix it for you.
Now, fast forward, and we have games that were PS5 games now are being made into PS4 games, which in the case of Horizon, it started as a PS4 game and now is being pushed. That's a little bit different, but surely with God of War, I mean, I would like to think that it was originally just a PS5 game, and then somewhere along the lines they were like, we can make more money if we make it on PS4 as well. So the main core of what I'm getting at is that some people are like, well, the PS5 version is still going to be great. It'll be 4K, it'll be 60 or whatever. And why are you upset that the games are going to be available to more people? And it's like, well, if we use the information that Sony told us about the PlayStation 5, then these games are the vision of these games are potentially compromised. And there's no way around that. So, yes, it is a little upsetting that these games are coming to PS4. Am I saying that God of War and Gran Turismo would have taken full advantage or whatever? I don't know. We don't know the answer to that. In fact, I think Gran Turismo is the most, since it's racing and a lot of it's going to be fidelity based, it's probably the one that can be downscaled the easiest. But surely with God of War, when we're talking about the specific things that they mentioned about the SSD, that there is going to be some compromising nature. And it's not a compromise that you can like visibly see. It's a what could have been that's not there. So I think I've made my point pretty clear, but I'm upset.
I think it sucks. And I'm confused by people's insistence on defending corporations when you have nothing to gain from defending a corporation.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, here we go. Let me do it again. It was so brilliant. It was so brilliant what I said. Here's my point. I'm going to start again. So this is Dustin. It's not Chris Raygun. I apologize, fellas. I don't have a producer. Fuck you. I know I need to hire a producer. That's right. Okay. It's not a boomer moment. Fuck you. I literally turned off the microphone for this, and I was thinking about what I was going to say next. You go fuck yourself, you motherfucker. Listen to me. Let me focus. Let me focus though. So Dustin is saying, "Oh, well, the vision is compromised." My point is the vision is always compromised. There are a million choices made over the course of a lifetime of game development that compromise the vision. Okay, you could be a guy who is a great animator on the team. You could be the combat designer on the team, and his girlfriend wants to move up north to be with her family because that's the only way she's agreeing to have kids, because she wants her grandma to be around to help the kids. Whatever, you don't know. And suddenly your animation quality goes down, or your level design quality goes down a little bit. There's a million things that affect the game that you are not privy to, okay? If Dustin is saying, hey man, I played Miles Morales on PS5 and it wasn't very good, and I think when I hear the data that suggests that the aspects of the game I didn't enjoy was because things had to be cut for the PS4, I think he would then have a great point. That music, by the way, is every time a super chat comes in, which makes me think what I should do is keep making mistakes and I'll just get paid. This is failing upwards, fellas. It's failing upwards. But so this idea that it's like, it's not what it could have been. It's never what it could have been. Okay. That's number one. And ultimately you judge what they give you, right? God of War is one of my favorite fucking games the last couple of years, 2018. But did I think it was really fucking annoying to have to walk through that rainbow or that blue realm to get to the other realms, which was clearly they were loading? Yeah. And do I think they should have done a better job making that more engaging, whether they added some platforming or some enemies or a meta or something? I do. But, you know, they only had so much time, and I think they spent their resources in the right places, all things being equal. But no one complained. Nobody was like, I don't play this because of that, right? So yes, there will be concessions. Okay, there will absolutely be concessions on God of War 5. Hopefully you won't notice them. Here's what, but let me be clear on this though. This is why I support it, and it's got nothing to do with defending Sony. It's defending me as a gamer selfishly. So here's the data, by the way. A lot of people like to throw out the data that Miles Morales on PS5 sold so great and sold better because everybody was waiting for PS5. There's truth to that. But when I reached out directly to a contact at Sony who would know, I'm not going to tell you who she is, and I says to her, can you just, I need to understand this. Did Miles Morales on PS4 sell as well or better or worse than PS5? And she says, it sold worse on PS4. I said, okay, so my follow-up question is, was it noticeably worse? Like, oh my God, what have we done? And she said, no. She said it was basically almost the same. Okay. So the number of copies on PS5, the same number of copies on PS4. Okay. The amount of money that Sony is going to make because they made the decision to put a game on PS4. I understand that if you're looking at it in a vacuum, you're like, I don't care about that. Okay, that's fine. But if you care about Sony, not as a corporation, but as a entity that gives you something you like, you should at least care enough about it not to just dismiss it out of hand. Because that money, those millions of dollars that they have made, okay, that trickles into so many things that make your life better as a fan of PlayStation. Okay, whether it's 3 more prototypes that can be funded, one of which may go on to be your next favorite game. Whether it's the fact that Corey and Neil Druckmann are like, you know what, we think we're so important to Sony that we're going to leave if you don't increase our salary or start paying us back in. We want a quarter for every copy sold. Well, that money trickles into that, right? I'm not saying that happened. I'm just saying that there's all these decisions that aren't made in your line of sight that can be made in order to continue the Sony train, or any company, but the Sony PlayStation train heading down the track that you seem to care about. So do I agree with you? Yeah, sure. It would be nice if What I think is happening or should happen, and I hope it is that the God of War team said, look, we're going to make a PS4 and PS5 version. We're going to have a little skeleton crew of about 15 people, and they're going to be the primary PS4 team, and we are going to try our very best not to make concessions, and they will put the hallways in for the loading, for example. They will make sure that there's a long bridge that connects the Norse mythology worlds, but we won't have to have that in the PS5 because we've budgeted for a small group to make sure that we can impress on both systems. That's the ideal way to do it if you have to do it, but the idea that you're not going to do it just because the game will still be great, but there's this imaginary thing that you wish was there, but you really can't put your finger on what it is. That's not defending a company. That's defending you as someone who loves what the company makes. I want Disneyland, even though it's stupidly expensive now, to do well. Not because I give a fuck about Bob Iger and his minions, but because I like taking my kids there and I like going there. That's why. So I'm not defending a company. I'm defending a company that does something for me. It's selfish. Purely fucking selfish. They're going to sell like 20 million PS5s this year. They might. And that's fantastic. That's fantastic. Good. I hope they do. It's a great system. I hope it does really well. But why in the world they would not continue to sell for PS4? Miles Morales made the same. They sold about the same. All right, let me get these super chats real quick, and then we'll move on to the next topic, or I'll hear what you guys have to say on this topic. Hang on a second. Here's the super chats right here. All right, number one, we got Shay says, thank you, buddy. He says, when he said, Jim Ryan said, we believe in generations, he was talking about the features the new console has over the one he referenced, the DualSense, the SSD. I agree, by the way. I agree. I know that's what he was talking about. Like, I absolutely said at the time or a little bit after that it's like you can read what he said in a couple of different ways, and I agree. He was talking about you can only play the games on PS5 that are next gen because of DualSense 3 audio, SSD, all that stuff. I agree. Jerry A, thank you, buddy. He says, Dag Nabbit, you're muted. Zabbit says, bruh, you're muted. Jeesh just gave me $1 because he feels bad for me. Thank you, sir. JJ Hunt, thank you, buddy. He says, is this a deaf-friendly stream? I hope so. Christopher Gorley says, you're muted, Jaffe. Thank you, buddy. And then Shay drops another super chat. He says, Insomniac engineer explained how they did Ratchet & Clank Portals. You can do it on PC, but with tricks. That's what they mean with changing development. Yeah, no, there's no doubt that the SSD is going to allow for... Somebody actually in the chat said it better than I will say it. So I will just paraphrase what they said in the chat, which was, it's not that it actually changes the moment-to-moment design. It changes how you engage with the game. And I think that's important. That's relevant. It adds to the experience. There's no doubt. But when people were saying it changes design, I mean, you could kind of give them that it changes level design, but it doesn't really, like Demon's Souls is not a different game because it loads faster. I absolutely play it more because the meta is satisfying because it loads faster. Same with Desperados 3, which isn't even on an SSD, at least the one I'm playing. But it's not the moment-to-moment gameplay is all I'm saying. Okay, let's move the fuck on. But I did think that was interesting about Spider-Man. I will tell you, I was glad to have that data. I was very glad to have that data because look, if she would have come back to me and said, no, man, the PS4 version, everybody was waiting on PS5, then I would go, oh, man, maybe they should really stop development on God of War 2 PS4, assuming they're doing it on PS4, which I have to assume they are. I think they said they are. And if they didn't, I think it's obvious they are. But no, that's not what she said. She's like, no, they both do well. I want to let you know, we are in just a moment, we're going to jump to talking about ads in your television shows, in your games, and we're going to talk about this fellow who's burning bridges as an indie dev, talking about PlayStation saying, go fuck yourself to indies. Before we get to that, I do want to point out one of our great sponsors. This is Day One Patch Kids. If you look at the piece of art behind me, it's absolutely gorgeous. It is Sweet Toothache. He does these Cabbage Patch Kids by way of Garbage Pail Kids by way of video games. It's good people. It's funny stuff. My favorite is Joel in 1. I actually have ordered a mug of Joel in 1. It hasn't arrived yet. I want to let you know my assistant, who I have come once a week, is coming tomorrow, and I'm going to have her go down to the mailbox at UPS and send these out to anybody who wins these. At the end of the stream, before I take phone calls, there's 2 sheets of these, by the way. These are from the artist himself. There's a God of War one back there. I'll sign it if you want, but I'll sign the card or whatever you want. These will go out tomorrow. Now that I have an assistant, it's not one of these things. Hopefully you guys have been getting your stuff in the mail. Good night, James Gilchrist. But the point being, the very end of this stream, before we get to calls, I will ask you guys a question based on what we've been talking about. The first one to answer it, if you live in America, this will go into the mail tomorrow. But that is our good friend Rotten Tanuki over at the Day One Patch Kids, and I am going to drop his little link into the chat right now. Go on over there and get you something fucking cool. If you're into the ladies, they'll be turned on. If you're into the men, they'll be turned on. There you go. Jaffe, don't give away your prize collectibles or prize possessions, says Classic Krusty. It's not possible to give away my children. Those are my only prized possessions. They're not even my possessions. They're just my joy to be a dad to. Stuff is just stuff, man. I don't give a fuck. I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to give away stuff that's valuable or that holds a good place in my heart. But, anyway, let's move on, though. I want to talk about this because I thought this was really interesting. So TV-style commercials are coming to console games. Well, maybe. But I want to talk about this because it's not bad what they're talking about. Maybe it's not bad. Now, people have said, oh, but there's already ads in games. There's ads in sports games. There's ads in UFC. There's ads in NBA 2K1. Tanuki. Scott says, Jaffe can still not pronounce Tanuki. I'm trying, baby. I'm trying. It's not that I can't pronounce it. I just don't remember the guy's name. It's Tanuki. I always think it's Rotten Tanuki. It doesn't matter. Look, here's the point. We know that there are ads in games, okay? What these guys are saying, they're a company called PlayerWON, W-O-N, are doing that they're saying is different. I'll read you the line from the Kotaku article written by good sir Luke Plunkett. He says, having tested this tech for over a year, they, meaning PlayerWON, feel like it's now ready to be implemented. The idea being rather than just beaming videos to the player in the middle of a game, players will be able to view an ad, and then when servers detect the commercial has been viewed in its entirety, release rewards to the player. You can have a little reward as a treat. The tech would be licensed to developers, so it could be implemented in the game itself. And they're trying to justify it by saying because young people are cord cutters, they're unreachable via the traditional, cheaper marketing, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So it says testing has been taking place inside Smite for about a year. The findings are awful. Data from one of their pilot campaigns with Smite, free-to-play game, shows players were much more likely to play a game and spend money within the game if they watched in-game ads that gave them access to more gaming perks. As a result, PlayerWON plans to launch in-game ads in roughly a dozen more games by the end of the year. Now, here's what I'll say. If you do this in a game that you have paid for, they can go fuck themselves, right? I mean, no one is that bold, and they shouldn't be, and gamers should reject this absolutely 100% out of hand. If you do this in a game that is free to play, you should go fuck yourself if you complain. It's a free game. It's a fucking free game. You don't have to play it. But if suddenly they start putting ads in Fortnite and they say, hey, if you watch the whole, now I hope it wouldn't affect play. But if they say, it depends on the game, but if you watch the ad in Fortnite, you're going to get a new skin or you're going to get the shoes of a new skin. And once you watch 10 ads over the course of 2 days, you'll get the Spider-Man suit for whatever. I don't have a problem with it. It's a fucking free game. That's fine. 9Live says, I'm not watching ads on games. Cool. But then you might not be playing free-to-play games. And that's okay too. No one's forcing you to play them. But let me tell you the fact of the matter. Most people don't care. This goes back to what we always discuss and we always have conflict on this stream, is that I bring things up not to be difficult, but because I can look at it as a fan and as somebody who understands the business. And I know a lot of people can too. I'm not saying you don't understand the business and I do. I'm saying that a lot of times people in the chat don't seem to want to look at it with only anything other than their eyes, okay? Not only do you have the stats here that shows that players will do it, Okay? But I want to show you this. This came out recently. This was last week, but it didn't get a lot of coverage, I don't think. And this is, if you remember, Bobby Kotick, who's the CEO of Activision. There is a watchdog group that actually has stock in Activision, and they let the voters know, we need to have a vote because we think Bobby Kotick's stock or yearly bonus compensation plan is absolutely out of whack and it's problematic, blah, blah, blah. There is an absolutely fascinating podcast over on Game Industry Biz. I am putting it in the chat if you want to listen to it. It's about 45 minutes, and it's with the guy who really is one of the activists over at this group. And their job is to alert other investors of like, hey, this may not be the best for this company. Well, the fact of the matter is and it turned out, by the way, that Bobby Kotick is still getting as much as he ever was, because 54% of the people said, as much as we think maybe this is kind of shady and wrong, we are absolutely going to let you keep doing it because we're making so much goddamn money, Bobby Kotick, that we don't want to turn over the apple cart. And Bobby Kotick's making so much goddamn money because he's doing all the stuff that you guys say gamers hate. He's doubling down on microtransactions. He's doubling down on free-to-play. He's doubling down on franchises. He's doubling down on not new IP. Okay, he's doubling down on pay-to-win in certain games like Hearthstone. Although I don't know if he manages the Blizzard side, but the company as a whole is absolutely doubling down on this shit. And people are showing up with their wallets and saying, let us pay you. Okay? So I don't disagree with you about the Kotaku article saying, you know, I don't want this, but I do think if it's free, fuck it, who cares? But I will say to you about this that I don't really understand the problem when gamers complain about it, but they still show up. I'm going to tell you something. I'll give you a little inside baseball. This is the design document for Drawn to Death. You can find this on my YouTube channel. This is what I used to get a deal. It covers the story. I loved this design document. Game didn't turn out so great in terms of sales and critics, but there you go. But somewhere in this document was my proposal, because this was a free-to-play game. And my proposal was even deeper than what they were saying, which is we would show you an ad and then we would ask you like trivia in between rounds. And if you got the answers right, you got extra perks for the battle coming up. So you were still, it wasn't pay to win. It was you watched, and if you were paying attention to like relevant commercials, like here's the commercial for Avengers Endgame. If you answered like the 3 right questions, you would actually go into battle, allowing your observation skills and stuff to help you out. So yes, I agree, Mr. Sarcastic. The market is talking. If you're doing free to play, fuck it. Fuck it. How come the business of games worked fine and now there are 10 times more people playing games? It needs all this other crap. Well, okay, I'll tell you why, Chris, because, and we talked about this on I think this was on Twitter, but here's exactly why. Because the budgets of games have gone up. The number of players for those kinds of games that the budgets have gone through the roof on, you haven't seen an increase in those kinds of players, right? And so part of it's that. Part of it's that a lot of the business growing is growing in areas where it's free to play or it's really incredibly inexpensive. So that's why. That's exactly why, man. I'm not saying these people aren't greedy. Of course they're greedy. But it also is really expensive. I want to see Jaffe with Kotick money, says Scott. How quickly will he start supporting Republicans? Never. Never. Never fucking ever. You think free-to-play games are not somewhere along the pipeline or structured towards paying rather than playing? Well, they're prime. I mean, everything is. Everything is. I don't understand gamers sometimes. Every game is structured along getting you to pay. From the minute you go into your boss's office to the minute he goes into his boss's office and they pitch it to marketing, or hopefully you get to pitch it to marketing, they're thinking, are we going to be able to sell this? Even if it's a $70, $60 game, that's always a factor. That's why it's a business. Unless you were an indie developer, which we're about to talk about, who makes games that really aren't commercial, then it's fine. It's a hobby and you hope to make a living. You hope to get lucky, but don't act like it's not always a business. Hopefully you can bring some art to it. The best companies do both, but you know. Do you think that would lead to more companies creating a free-to-play and paid-for version? Bradley, yeah. I mean, I've said this before. I would love to see, more of a TV model. I would love to see God of War, in my fantasy, you can tell me I'm a moron, that's fine. In my fantasy, God of War comes out at a premium price. Depending on how it does, 4 to 7 months later, 8 months later, it's on PlayStation Now forever. They don't remove it. And then 2.5 years later, 3 years, it comes out on PlayStation streaming and or downloadable. But at places the development team have said there are ad breaks, but it's totally free. Why not? Why not get more bites of the apple to entertain people? I think it would be great. Did you already talk about why Crossgen is good, Rune? Yes. This stream tonight or tomorrow, I will go back and time code it. I've been trying to do that more and more. But it was right before this segment, basically. Now that Sony has purchased Evo, what fighting studio do you think they should buy if they need to? Jose, I don't know why they've purchased Evo, but between that and there was something that happened the other day with Sony that was like, again, it kind of pointed to their interest. Somebody's talking about they're buying Arc Systems, which is the Guilty Gear guys, right? And I'm like, this is interesting. No, they haven't said they're doing that. But if they do buy Arc Systems, which makes a game people love, but isn't like one of the big premier fighting games, and they also have acquired Evo, clearly they got something in mind. I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you what it is. But Jose, thank you so much for that super chat. I would have gotten to it, but I appreciate it, buddy. But we will see. I mean, I think that would be cool. I would think it would be great if Sony doubled down on fighting games. I'm not good at fighting games. I'm horrible at them. I'm better than Bacon Magma, but other than that, I'm horrible at them. But I do appreciate them, and I love them, and I love watching them on competitions and stuff. Virtual says, one of the reasons I never... Oh, Virtual Basement. You guys are... God damn it. The wrestling game and the Army Men game, right? Is your wrestling game out yet? But they're a developer. He says, one of the reasons I never wanted to get into mobile development or free to play is I would not want to limit my design and have to create mechanics based on ads and pay to win. Absolutely. Absolutely. I am actually, one of the reasons I love Apple Arcade is because you pay a 1 monthly fee and all of the games are genuinely, they're just games, right? They're not, there's no business model involved. Maybe later, Bacon, I got things to do, but I'll play through this week though. The Guilty Gear engine is sick. You could do cool stuff. Yeah, they could basically get that team and say, make us an All-Stars game, PlayStation All-Stars. Where did it go? Oh, I see. If Microsoft buys Mortal Kombat, are they excluded from Evo? I don't imagine. I don't think... Oh, Marvel Fighting would be great, too. I don't imagine. I don't think these companies would want to... But who the fuck knows? Now, here's the big story of the day, fellas. This is our good friend. I don't really know this guy. Hang on a second. This is a game developer. One moment. This is a game developer who goes by the name... hang on. Okay, this guy is Ian Garner. Okay, Ian Garner, I don't know if he runs the company, but he's a key guy. Maybe he does run it. Let's see. Yeah, co-founder of Neo Doctrine. This is the guy that caused a brouhaha today because he was basically burning bridges. He says I'm mad enough, he says, to burn bridges. Because honestly, what's the point of a bridge that I'm not allowed to cross? And he's complaining about Platform X, that if you kind of read it's clear he's talking about Sony. Okay. And he's basically saying that, these guys not only make it really difficult to work with, like you have to make the game for their platform. There's all this 3-generation backend shit you got to deal with. Then you've got to submit a trailer. You got to submit a blog post. You never really get told because you rarely have an account manager what those things need to be approved. Multiple forms of social media. It's a pain in the ass, and then on top of it, you don't even get featured. If you want to get featured, they say, not a problem, pal. Give us $25,000, and then he says 30% of your subsequent earnings. So I assume if they already take 30% and you get 70, now they're getting 60% to your 40. Okay. Maybe that's true. I don't know that, but let's assume it is. I just want to say a couple of things. about this. First off, people were like, oh, he must make shitty games. Let's go to his Steam page. He doesn't. Look, they made Yuppie Psycho, or at least they published it, which is a great fucking indie game. Yuppie Psycho, if you haven't played it, it's $8 right now on the Steam sale. It might be on console. It's fucking fantastic. Highly recommend it. Simulacra they have a lot of stuff on here that's very positive. They have some junk on here, at least according to reviews that's mixed, but they have they're not like some fly-by-night developer. Okay, these guys actually make genuinely compelling content. Okay, but his point is, getting on Sony and then being featured by Sony is a pain in the ass unless we pay. Okay, I only am bringing this up, and you guys know that I don't shill for Game Pass. I don't, but I would be happy to if they paid me because I really like what they're about. I like their system. But ultimately, though, Sony will promote your game if it's sexy. And I don't mean sexual, but if it's got some fire and they think it will sell itself either because people have been talking about it or because it's just compelling, they will. But there's nothing about these games, to Sony's credit, because these guys only have so much room to push the game in front of your face on the PlayStation Store. Calling All Cars suffered from this. Calling All Cars was not a compelling concept. It was a game I loved, and a lot of people still to this day tell me they love it, but conceptually it was not a strong, high concept, and that was one of the reasons it plummeted in concurrent users, because people were like, this is a brand new piece of hardware. Why am I going to buy that baby-looking game? And they were right, okay? So part of it is indie developers do a really bad job when it comes to greenlighting titles that read the market well. Okay, so part of it is that. Part of it is that you've got to bang the drum and you've got to make a game that people are talking about. And then Sony is probably going to be a lot more inclined to sort of let the world know that your game, like Hades, for example, is coming to their system. But not to push Game Pass, but Game Pass is brilliant for this, okay? And this is why they're brilliant. Because if you like Game Pass like I do, it equals everything. Because if you like Game Pass, you excitedly go back to Game Pass every couple of days and go, hey, what's new? Okay? Well, suddenly you've got a very expensive, I guess this is Sega game, Yakuza, and a relatively expensive Dark Alliance game, I forget who published this, sitting shoulder to shoulder in an EA game with Proteus, which is a fucking amazing shooter, wonderful shooter from Humble Games, Going Under, which I did not like the demo. That's a tiny little game. I would have never heard of Medieval Dynasty if it wasn't on Game Pass, okay? So I understand, like with Kyle, their frustration, but this is a great solve. This is one of the reasons I love Game Pass, because I'm playing right now Desperados on Game Pass, and it is one of my favorite things I've played in ages, and it's so good. It is so much fun. I wouldn't have played this fucking game if I didn't log into Game Pass a few weeks ago and go, oh, there's a new game on Game Pass, right? So I do think there's something to be said if you're an indie developer from going, yeah, Sony's kind of coming at this in a way that really doesn't serve you very well. And that's okay. Sony doesn't need to, but I think you just, you got to know what you're getting into if you want to put your indie game on Sony, unless Shu comes to you and says, hey, I loved it, and I'll deal with your contract in a way that guarantees you this kind of promotion. Great. But otherwise, I mean, I've seen developers literally go, yeah, my game came out today. Oh, is it on the store page? No, you have to actually search for it on the search bar, right? I mean, that's, it's what you're kind of getting into. I've been playing Prey because it's good for short sessions, says NBM. Good. I've heard it's good. I haven't played it much yet. I find this issue, says Mark 1, to be a result of competition. Companies will always promote top sellers, but also good deals. You have to pick and choose your battles. Right. Well, Iron Harvest, I hear, is great too, NB. I'll tell it to you like it was explained to me by marketing back in the day. So I remember sitting in a PlayStation 1 meeting with marketing before PlayStation had come out. And and we had not launched any of our titles yet. And by the way, this is being echoed by other game developers as well. This is not just this indie guy. When this indie guy released this tweet, it sent a bunch of developers to Twitter kind of saying, yeah, this is kind of what we have found as well, okay? But what these guys were saying, what these guys were saying at the time in marketing is we were showing Warhawk and we were showing Twisted Metal, and then NFL Gameday came up. And the meaning was to pitch marketing the games that were coming down the line for launch and see which ones they were going to support with TV. Well, immediately they were all like going, oh yeah, Gameday, Gameday, Gameday. And at the time we were kind of going, I don't understand. Football sells itself. Why don't you want to spend your money on things that need marketing? And they're like, well, the problem is we know Gameday is going to sell. And if we push it, it's going to sell a lot more. We have no idea if Warhawk is going to sell. And it didn't for the most part. We have no idea if Twisted Metal is going to sell, which it did, but it was a stronger concept than Warhawk, right? So when you are developing games at an indie level, a lot of these indie guys, if you go to a Steam page, it's just like, you're still in business, right? It's good that you have a lot more freedom, but why are you greenlighting shit and expecting it to sell that's just like so, unless you're doing it on purpose, unless you're like, look, man, I like farming simulators that are set in Siberia. I don't know, sue me. Okay, that's fine. And maybe there's a niche for that, but know what you're fucking getting into. That's all I'm fucking saying. That's all I'm fucking saying. I'm going to bring this up only because I've been asked about it a couple of times, and I don't really have an opinion on it. But people have like, Jaffe, what about this Chris Avellone story? And I'm like, well, I don't know, Chris. My understanding is, he's obviously a writer from Dying Light. He was a consultant at Dying Light. He got removed from that title when this broke last year. I guess he's worked on a bunch of RPGs before that, but I don't know the guy. But apparently he was accused of sexual assault on a handful of women, and he is now suing them. He says, look, I took a year. I tried to think about it, going, maybe they have this misguided sense of self-righteousness or whatever. But finally, after a year, he says, you know what? None of this happened. There was one woman I had sex with, but it was consensual. I think he said that. But no, I'm sorry. I'm filing a libel lawsuit. Now, if you read the comments from some attorneys, apparently this is a really dumb lawsuit he's filing because he's probably going to lose and get penalized and whatnot. But I don't know. Look, man, a person has a right to defend themselves. So even though I very much believe in the Me Too movement, and I absolutely think a lot of men are fucking creeps, and I know that because I see it. I know that because the women in my life literally are always like, I'll call you when I get home, because they're afraid to walk down the street because of all the cat calls they get and all this shit, right? There's a need for the Me Too movement. There's a need for Harvey Weinstein to be thrown away and never seen the light of day. Sad what happened about Bill Cosby today. The man should still be in jail, but his rights were, not that these women's rights that he raped weren't stepped on, but, that sucks. But I believe in the Me Too movement. But yeah, look, man, the guy has a right to defend himself. I don't really have anything to say about it. Other than, let's see what the fallout of the, he wrote Fallout. Let's see what the fallout of the case is. But if it turns out he didn't do it, even though I think, there's a lot of cases where women have gotten the short end of the stick and haven't been treated fairly. I don't think that means that men should just take it if they're being accused of something they didn't do, but I don't really have much of an opinion. Jake, thank you so much. He dropped super chat. He says, isn't it the job of journalists to highlight indies? No, it's the job of journalists to write content that either on the best days that they feel is good for their audience, whether it's knowledge about politics or news stories about a company doing bad shit, or on days that are less than their best days, things that will get clicks and will make their bosses money, which will allow them to keep getting paid and maybe up their status and make more money for themselves. Their job is to only highlight indie games if that's what their audience wants. And if you go, like, look at this, Rock, Paper, Shotgun, which I know you guys know. Rock, Paper, Shotgun is one of my favorite sites because they do highlight indie games. And I like to go here and I find out all these fucking weird games. Look at this fucking thing. You're not going to see this covered anywhere else unless it catches on. It literally is a roguelike dungeon game, but you play it like Tetris. Come on now, right? You're not going to fucking see that on IGN yet. But, you know, so yeah, their job at Rock, Paper, Shotgun is we know what our audience wants. Our audience wants to discuss and be turned on to these games that are more unique and special and different. And I think that's great. That's one of the reasons I love this website. Look at this game. I totally am going to buy this game when it comes out. What a weird, fucking cool, creative fucking game this is, right? This is awesome. Bacon will hate it, but I think it's great. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. Oh, and then I got myself a super sticker from the Game Bros show. Thank you, Game Bros. I appreciate that. He says, keep it up, says the pair who's lifting the weights. I'm going to go on a walk tonight, a long walk. I got to get my health back in order, fellas. I really goddamn do. But there you go. So no, it is not their job, Jake, to cover indies, but it's nice when they do. It's nice when they do. Let me show you this real quick. I'll talk about the new editor-in-chief at Kotaku and what she said tomorrow. We can save that for tomorrow. Save that for tomorrow. We talked about that. I think at this point, we are going to take some phone calls, or at least one phone call. Right now we have a guy who's been waiting the whole goddamn show. This is Cannibal Lecter, who calls all the time. He's a good egg. Cannibal Lecter, you are on. What do you want to talk about, buddy? Go. While we're waiting for him to realize he is on, that's all the topics for today. The rest of the show is going to be free chat for a little bit. I'll pay attention to the chat more now, and I will also do calls. Cannibal, you're on. What's up, man?
Hello. How are you doing today?
I am doing great. How are you doing today?
Yeah, good. Now, you've gone through quite a bit of topics, did you today? Didn't you?
I did, sir. It is a day. It is an absolute day. Yes.
So, I'll just quickly go through it. In terms of the cross-gen stuff, who cares? You know, developers will do developers, and we'll be dazzled and, you know, grateful to receive amazing experiences. You know, right?
Sure.
Because
I mean, was that you weren't at? I just want to make sure there wasn't a question there. You were just stating, correct?
Yeah, it's a statement, because if you hear the developer of the Ratchet and Clank, one of the interesting things they said is that they were struggling to keep the software keep up with the hardware. So the softwares need to currently develop. So it requires time, you know.
Yeah.
And from a budget perspective, from a time perspective, it completely made sense to make Horizon and specifically God of War on PlayStation, 4. And the reason being is a lot of people don't know this, is that Corey kind of worked on the sequel, and then he realized that he needs to set up the characters. So he kind of made the prequel with the 2018 one. So anyway.
Okay.
In terms of the ads of the games, I'm not sure if you're going to have time today or later, but there's an interesting interview with Phil Spencer. He talks to MSNBC, and one of the interesting things he mentions is ad-funded games. And I wouldn't be surprised if there would be more ad-funded games, specifically through xCloud.
Right.
And also Game Pass. So,
right, and again, what people get confused by, or not confused, but what people knee jerk with. Ratchet, thank you so much for the £2, buddy. I appreciate it. He says, "Good night, Jeff. You got to go to sleep. Awesome stream. Get a little pipe, buddy. Get a little hobbiton in you, buddy. That'll give you good dreams. Good night, sir. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the super chats." What people Cannibal get a little weirded out by on this thing is, it's like, they're like, well, Game Pass is going to be a bunch of service-based shit, and Game Pass is just going to be ads. And it's like, okay, if it becomes that, then people will stop using it if the experience becomes shit. But did you ever see the Spielberg movie Ready Player One, based on the book?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so the bad guy in that, Nolan, whatever his name was, is like talking about, remember that scene? Where he's showing the scene of the Oasis, and he says, our engineers have figured out, or our therapists or psychologists have figured out, we can cover the viewer with 70% of ads before it gets too much for them to actually have an experience that's satisfactory. And obviously it was said to be gross and disgusting and all that shit, like, oh my God, how awful. But ultimately, if Xbox isn't careful, or PS Now, or any of these companies aren't careful, they will overstep what the customer they want to appeal to is satisfied with. But so far, Xbox hasn't done that. But if Phil Spencer comes out and says, hey, there's going to be a bunch of, if you get kind of like what Peacock is doing, NBC Peacock, you can pay for Peacock or Hulu for no ads, and it'll cost you $11. But if you want xCloud or Game Pass for only $3 a month, forever, not forever, but for a long time, it'll come with ads. Or you can get the $15. I mean, what's the problem? It's like
no. I think the problem is from now we're going to game design. From a game design perspective, okay, let's say Abby and Ellie are punching each other, left and right, and then suddenly an ad shows up and says, "Hey."
But it wouldn't be like that, though.
No, I know. It's an extreme example of that's the fear. But I think.
But why? But why is that the fear? You'd have to be a moron to assume.
Yes, it is.
But but don't you think you're an idiot to think that? I mean, you have to be so head up your butthole.
It's the eternal fear of corporations overstepping, which is understandable.
That's a good fear. But the one thing you can always count on with corporations is they want your money. Okay? And in that, they know they have, if they start suddenly, the minute it looks like, Joel is dead and they go to an ad, that might actually be a good time to go to an ad. But if you look at TV shows have ad breaks. Even movies that weren't made to have ads, if you watch them, they will put the ad breaks in places that make the most sense. They're not just going to suddenly cut away in the middle of a gunfight and you're like, I was reloading my weapon, right? That's not what they're going to do. And if they do, it won't be successful. So I understand the fear, but it's not founded.
No, I don't think it is. And let me give you a normal example. Potential, let's say, same setting, Last of Us 2. Ellie's walking, and then there's a worn down Diet Soda Coke poster.
That's different. That's different. That's totally different.
That's different.
I don't like
how realistic it is.
Well, I think it depends. I think product placement in some games works, in other games it doesn't. I think it would be distracting in The Last of Us Part 2, just like seeing PlayStation 3 and Jak and Daxter was distracting in The Last of Us Part 2. If you play that game, Ellie has a PS3 and she has Jak and Daxter, and it pulls me out of the experience. It's not enough to make me not want to play the game, but I think if you're playing a racing game, it's different. But I appreciate the call, buddy.
Game, sports game. Oh, one thing.
Yeah.
This is the main thing I was getting to.
Okay.
I was getting.
What's up?
This is the main thing. This is the thing that is grinding my gear to no end.
All right, go ahead.
Now, if you ever have the time, have a look at a blog post named "A Peek into Microsoft's Influencer Strategy."
Okay. Just give me the gist real quick. Give me the gist.
Yep. The gist is, I think the article was how many years ago? I think it was around 2016. And there was a conference. They were talking about how Microsoft is going to utilize influencers to suggest their products to their friends. And at the end of the day, we are currently seeing the fruition of that strategy. And a lot of people are becoming really skeptical, and I don't have a GG 2.0 at the moment, which is just ridiculous because always from a toxic environment, the bad people just wins out. But I really don't like this whole influencer strategies. Three things. Number one.
Oh no, we don't have. I don't have time for a thesis, but I appreciate it. I'll comment. Okay. I'm going to hang up. Call back anytime. I'll respond to your comment though. Thank you, buddy.
Please check the article.
I will. Send me a link. Put a link in the Discord. I'll look at it tonight. So what I will say though about that influencer thing is this is not new. This has been happening since Bing Crosby stood on stage on the CBS Hour and said, you know, this show's brought to you by Chesterfields. And he would smoke a Chesterfield, or they would pay the guy to walk around the golf course with Chesterfields in his fucking pocket, right? It's marketing, right? It stops working. It stops working when the customers no longer respond to it. But the idea that any of these companies don't pay, I told you, I showed you the Outcast video. You think Sony wasn't inviting all of these people, and still to this day to their, go just do a search. All these people standing in front of red carpets with the PlayStation logo behind them. You think that's free? You think they covered the wall with PlayStation logo because the guy whose job it was to cover the wall happened to really like Gran Turismo? That's premium ad space they're paying for to associate at the time Paris Hilton with PlayStation. So somewhere in your mind, or in your mom's mind at the time who bought you a PlayStation for Christmas, that would get cemented. This is marketing, man. This is absolutely marketing. It happens all the time. Okay, let us move on. This is Andy Lee. Andy Lee, it's Jaffe. What's up, buddy? Are you there?
Hi, David.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Quick question followed by a more meaningful one.
Okay.
Earlier in the show, you mentioned that when you were at Sony ImageWorks during that Mickey Mania era,
It's just Sony ImageSoft, not ImageWorks. I was never at ImageWorks.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
But you just briefly said that that was the worst publisher, or one of the worst publishers at the time. Why was it the worst? Just because it was burgeoning and didn't have a track record?
It was the worst for a couple of reasons. One is that it was built on the idea that it existed primarily to make games that would be released when the movies from Sony would be released. There was a guy who ran Sony at the time named Mickey Shuloff, and Mickey Shuloff, really his only claim to fame was that he really introduced the popular culture to the word synergy. And he came in and he was like, why in the world is it we have studios for movies and we have music, but they're not playing well together? So a lot of it was they didn't have a lot of development time to make games. You know, hey, Cliffhanger's coming out, Last Action Hero's coming out, Dracula's coming out. You have to be there day and date on all the systems, Sega CD, Sega Game Gear, Nintendo, all of that shit. And you only have 8 months because the movie just got pushed, right? So part of it was development time. Part of it is you had a bunch of developers who didn't know anything at the publisher level about making games. And one of the reasons that Sony First Party is so great now is a lot of the DNA was founded at Sony ImageSoft. People came up learning about making video games through the failures of Sony ImageSoft. The guy, Alan Becker, who ran Sony Santa Monica and then Sony Japan for years, was the first employee. Connie Booth, who just published one of probably her 80th fucking game, is one of the best producers in the business. She just got a lifetime achievement last year from DICE, literally was publishing CD-ROM games from Sony ImageSoft. If I remember, it was about like the Halderman diaries from like the Kennedy administration and shit like that. So all those guys are now, she just published Ratchet and Clank, right? She publishes all the Naughty Dog games. So it took time for these guys at the time who didn't know shit about video games to kind of understand the medium and the art form and all that stuff. But for a very long time, though, yes, every now and then we got a hit. Every now and then we got lucky with Hook. We got lucky with Solstice and the sequel Equinox. We got lucky with Skyblade. Not lucky, but you know, we had some hits. But the vast majority of our stuff was utter crap, and that's why.
Gotcha. So my second question.
Yeah.
With the news about Sony acquiring Housemarque, I was just hoping that as someone that you've been in the industry insider, do you have any, when you read a headline like that, do you have a better sense than us on what does that actually mean for a company like that? Like, just looking at the Wikipedia, they were founded by 2 guys. They have about 80 employees last count.
Okay.
Do any of the employees get anything out of that? If they sell for however many millions of dollars, is it just the founders getting mansions?
It's all different. It depends on the studio, right? So when we found, usually what happens is this. Usually, and again, if you founded the company 20-something years ago, it was a very different time. And so you could make games with less people. But when we did Bartlett Jones, we couldn't pay people what the big developers in town could. We couldn't offer we had insurance, we had 401k, but it wasn't competitive. We competed with stock options, right? So it's like, okay, you're a great programmer. We can't afford to pay you $220,000 a year and give you this amazing healthcare, but we will give you healthcare and we'll pay you $110,000 a year, but you'll get 5% of the company. So if we sell it, you're going to make a shit ton of fucking money. So some companies do that. When Scott Campbell sold Incognito, there were key people on the team. They all made a lot of fucking money. But people who come late to the party or who weren't looked at as key when the company was founded or when they were trying to hire someone away later, they probably aren't seeing that benefit. The benefits those people are seeing, though, are still more job stability within reason. I mean, nothing's stable in this industry, but certainly working for Sony is more stable than being an indie developer usually. The healthcare is better. The benefits are better. The pay probably goes up. Quality of life is better, things like that. So everybody benefits as long as Sony doesn't fuck with your corporate culture. Sony historically has been really good about not fucking with the corporate culture of the companies they acquire. And that's what I think Herman Hulst was alluding to when he was talking to British GQ recently, when he's like, we acquire companies that we already have a really good relationship, where the producer relationship from the Sony people is really good with the developer relationship with the folks who actually are making the games at the developers. So whereas Microsoft had a relationship with Bethesda, but do they have a relationship that's really good with Tango Gameworks? I don't fucking know. But ultimately, if they don't, that's where problems can arise. But that's usually how it goes down, if that makes sense.
I appreciate the insight. Thank you, David.
Anytime, man. Thanks for calling, buddy. Okay, I'm going to bring in JG Mark. If I can, let me grab this here. God damn it. Hang on. JG Mark, you are on the show. What's going on, pal? How you doing?
Hey.
What's up?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes. What's happening?
Mr. Jaffe. So I came on the show because I had some questions from some of the stuff that you were discussing earlier.
Okay.
I'll try and run through them real quick. So the first one is more of a concern because I know you're pretty avid on Game Pass, and I was pretty fortunate to be able to try it out recently, and I think that you're right. It is a great thing. But here's the thing. My big concern with Game Pass is that the way that Xbox is going through with it is what people are complaining about when they say that they don't show gameplay. And the reason why I think that is
wait, I don't understand. People are complaining about Game Pass not showing gameplay? I've never heard of that.
Xbox not showing gameplay. So like at E3, they always show a trailer, they might show gameplay for like Halo or whatever, but like for example, last year they showed off State of Decay 3 and a bunch of indie games, and then this year I was expecting, or a lot of people are expecting, gameplay showcases to all those announcements, but then they just showed off a bunch of new games but didn't make any showcase for them, right?
Okay.
So my concern is that they don't have to sell you the game anymore, and they don't have to try as hard as Sony to like make a showcase anymore, because they just have to say everything's coming to Game Pass, you'll just eat it up anyways. And the concern is, will games actually merit the quality?
Okay.
If that makes sense.
It does make sense to an extent. I think you were editorializing there when you said you'll just eat it up anyway. And that's fine. I understand the concern. But it is, I look at that as a benefit. So literally in the time we've been doing this stream, the last time I brought up Game Pass because we were talking about the indie story, literally right now in that, 15 minutes ago, they have added Gang Beast, Bug Fables, and Limbo to the recently added, right? That is what is awesome about this. But you are absolutely right that the very nature of there is marketing that's already built in. Now, I don't know if they didn't show, I don't think Xbox is in a position where if they have really compelling good games to show, they're not going to show them. I think they would if they could. But maybe either they didn't have them, or even in the case of like Desperados, for example, right? I streamed Desperados last night. Well, Desperados really doesn't, Desperados is, I'll put it up on the screen. Desperados looks like this if you're looking at the show. So Desperados is like a top-down or isometric view game. it doesn't show as sexy as showing off Uncharted 4 or Last of Us or God of War or Psychonauts 2 or whatever, but it's a goddamn great video game. So I understand what you're saying, but I do agree that a lot of times when you have subscription services, the very nature of going to the service is all the advertising that you need. And it works. I mean, you think I would ever look up Bug Fables, the Everlasting Sapling? No, I would never look at this game, but it's fucking free on Game Pass. I may not install it, but I'll at least click on it and go, is that something I want to spend some time on, right? So I do agree with you that it's a different way of advertising, and it doesn't mean they're not going to advertise at all, but you're right. They don't have to work as hard in that respect, but they do have to work harder in the sense of retaining people on the system, making sure that they don't put shovelware on the system so it gets a bad reputation. They have different sets of challenges, but I agree with you. They're different. It doesn't mean they're bad.
Right, and I mean, I see what you're saying when you say Desperados 3 and also like the narrative of people saying, oh, look, there's a bunch of games here that I probably wouldn't have ever played. Right. But it's that last piece that you just said, right? The Game Pass is basically a curated list of games that are hopefully not shovelware. Right. And that's the other thing I'm seeing about Game Pass, right? Because Game Pass technically, I mean, the way they advertise it on their website is that it's usually a list of over 100 games, right? Yep. Whereas if you look at PS Now, it's like over 800. So then, like, the joy of what you're getting from Game Pass is the curated list, not necessarily the fact that it's just giving you a value, but also that you're getting a value through a curated list.
It's not even that, though. If you're asking my value, it has nothing to do with it being curated, although I'm sure it does. It has to do with day one drops. It has to do with very new games, right? So Psychonauts is day one, Age of Empire, Forza, Ascent is day one, which isn't even first party. Proteus, the only way to get Proteus right now is either to pay $20 for it on Steam, or you're going to be able to get it now, which is a great game on Game Pass. So it's not just the fact that there is a nice mind maybe that's curating the games. I'm sure that happens sometimes. It's the fact that you are getting a bunch of games that would cost you money somewhere else, whether it's on PlayStation or Steam. You are getting, as part of your $1 to $15 service fee, day one on Game Pass or month one on Game Pass, depending on the game. That's why it kicks the shit out of PlayStation Now. And I have PlayStation Now. I'm not knocking it. But PlayStation Now is where I go if I'm like, somebody told me that game, the action Metal Gear game, Resurgence or whatever it was called, is good. Oh, I can play that on PlayStation Now. Cool. You go there almost for research or for old games. That's a very different audience that they are serving right now. You go to Game Pass because you genuinely are like, oh, I want to play that. I wanted to play Dark Alliance. It's terrible. I'll never play it again, but I sure am glad they put it on Game Pass. It serves a very different need in the audience. And I think when you compare PS Now to Game Pass, they're actually only similar in the fact that they are subscription services on the main gaming consoles. But it's a very different audience or a very different need of the audience that's being served by Game Pass. And I think a lot of people miss that.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. And honestly, like you mentioned, it's about whether you want to try it or not. And honestly, like, I could sit here and say, I kind of want to own my games, but great. The honest answer is, like, from my perspective, it's not just that, like, I want to own my games. It's like, I feel like now I can get into PlayStation, but I can also get into Xbox and not have to lose, like, an arm and a leg, right? Because before the option was you buy one or the other, and then you have to buy every game a la carte. Now it's like I could buy PlayStation, buy all the PlayStation exclusives a la carte, and then still get into Xbox and dip my toe in the pond, for $15 a pop or whatever it is, right? Whether on PC or whether I do.
And people are like, oh, but you're just renting. It's like, that's fine. Like, I own The Messenger, but let's say I didn't. I like The Messenger. I've never finished it. Probably not going to buy it though. So you know what? I'm renting that along with a bunch of other games. I'm okay with the fact that if I don't have it and I want to play it, I'll buy it later. Like, I think the idea that I have to own every game is kind of, I certainly don't feel that way, but I know a lot of people do, and I respect that. All right, buddy, thanks for the call. I appreciate it, man.
No problem.
All right. Torchwood is coming in hot. Torchwood, how you doing? It's Jaffe. What's up, bud? Torchwood. I think there's a super chat. Let me get to that real quick. While we're waiting for Torchwood. This is coming in from our good friend Jerry A. Thank you, buddy. He says, you can lead a horse to drink. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink unless it's Coke or Diet Coke, the official sponsor of the level you just played. Yeah, it could happen. But again, if the game you're just playing is a great game and it was fucking free, I got no problem with that. Make your goddamn ducats, baby. Torchwood, are you there? It's Jaffe.
Yeah. Yes, I'm here. Sorry, my phone booted me out.
That's okay. What's going on?
So I'm kind of late to this, so apologies if you already covered it, but I was curious with the kind of talk about indies and stuff, if you had any thoughts on the few early attempts PlayStation kind of did of pushing quote-unquote indies, because like the key example I always think of with like early PS5 big indie pushes aren't really that big, and then like the ones that I would kind of consider as like a big deal, I feel like just totally slid under the table and no one remembers them anymore. Like a big one for me was Oddworld Soulstorm, but I feel like you had to pay people to play that game, and they were literally giving it away on PlayStation Plus, which is crazy to me.
Okay, so I'm not sure I understand your question though. Is that a statement or you're asking me a question?
No, I'm more kind of asking why do you think when Sony did try to push indie games on PlayStation 5 at this time, because like back in the day, like PlayStation 4 generation, when a game was free on PlayStation Plus, didn't matter if it was like AAA or like single D, like people were going to play it, people were going to have opinions on it. Whereas like now, when they are making PlayStation 5 exclusive indies, unless it has that PlayStation Studio logo on it, I feel like people just aren't caring. Like something like Oddworld seemed like that was a big push for Sony, right. And then as soon as it was out, no one cared.
Well, I think a lot of it goes back to, there's two reasons. Games are free a lot now, whether it's Epic Game Store, whether you are on Twitch and you get the Amazon Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, you get a couple free games a month. You get free games on PS. Now you get obviously free games on Xbox. So there's a lot of free out there. And so free isn't what it used to be. Free is now you still have to be able to compete at a conceptual level. And the fact of the matter is there was a time when Oddworld was a big relevant IP, but it just isn't anymore, right? Because there's so many games that have that mechanic and weird characters and interesting storytelling that it's going up against, Hollow Knight, and it's going up against Ori and the Blind Forest and Will-O-the-Wisp, and it's going up against, all these other Metroidvania style games or sort of 2.5D games. And so ultimately the game really doesn't sell itself. And that's, I think, why, I haven't even played it. I downloaded it, but I didn't play it either, even though I'm sure it's good, just because there's so much other shit to play. So I think that's really what it's about at this point. And I honestly think that's why I keep saying, if Sony does feel the need, and maybe they don't, but if Sony does feel the need to compete with Game Pass, with PS Now, I think they could decimate Game Pass, because they have, at the moment, and we'll see what happens with these new acquisitions, but at the moment, on the whole, they have better developers. And if they keep all their main developers doing these big games, but all their developers start having a couple of smaller teams making day one PS Now drops, I think they could really become the place for subscription gaming as well. But right now, they're just focused on the big stuff as far as we know.
Yeah, and I think, if I was able to, basically, whisper in someone's ear of, what I think would actually work at least, because the problem isn't getting indies to come over. PlayStation, no matter what it is, it's a huge market. It'll always come over eventually, no matter what it is, but it just doesn't have that push as it does before. The big thing I would always kind of say, and I'm always amazed they got rid of it, was Pub Fund, which they started late in the PS3 and Vita generation and was really big even with PS4. And I have talked to so many devs who are just that was such a huge boon to them of Sony basically just being we will fund this game. And once we make our money back, this is just all yours. It was the most safety net of safety net you could get before Epic Game Store.
I don't know what the reason for the shift was. There clearly was a, we love indies, and it really mattered. And it was very clear, that they were championing that. And Shuhei, who's running indies now, you couldn't find a bigger champion for indie games than Shu. Shu is the real fucking deal. He is a more, I don't know if I've said this numerous times on the show. I don't know, other than Scott Rohde, if I've met a more hardcore gamer than Shuhei Yoshida.
He was such a real deal, but like I have like the weirdest thing with Shuhei right now of like, I wish someone would interview him just to be like, he's clearly not even stopped loving games 1% in the last like decade since PS4 to PS5. But there's clearly I'd love to ask him, like, that's got to be weird though, to be like, you still love indies and showcasing them just as much. Like when he appeared on Jeff's thing for Summer Game Fest and was showing off like Salt and Sacrifice in another game, I was like, oh, this reminded me of like early PlayStation so much. But like I would love to ask him, just be like, doesn't that kind of suck? Like you are in charge of indies in this huge initiative, but it's still like, even though he got that position, nothing has changed. So that's got to be frustrating.
Well, what I don't understand though is, you know, and look, these decisions aren't made usually because they're dumb. They may have looked at it and said, you know, what I heard was, and I don't know if this is accurate, is that there was a time when PS4 needed indies or PS3 needed indies because it was hard to develop for, and they needed something to plug the holes in between bigger games coming out. I have no idea.
That's definitely true. Because I interviewed a lot of devs who were part of like that Pub Fun thing back in the day, like Drinkbox and Muteki Games, and their whole thing was like, we would have never made this game on PlayStation, but Sony came to us and they had this program, and it was like, we are desperate for any games.
Right. So clearly, right. But so clearly something has happened where either the money stopped being meaningful enough for the investment, or maybe just Jim Ryan hates indies. I don't fucking know. But clearly they are not trumpeting that, as they'll tell you, they'll give lip service. And they do have indie games on their thing, and it's great. But certainly if you're a big fan of indie games and you're a console gamer, Xbox and Switch are the places to play. Because they get, I mean, the shit that fucking Switch puts out, I mean, fucking, it's like, do you guys, when I was, you know, a teenager, Nintendo had that little stamp of approval, the Nintendo, you know, I don't know what the fuck they're putting on the goddamn Switch sometimes. I'll go to their page and I'm like, this is like, I mean, it's like itch.io over there. I don't know what the fuck they're putting on their fucking thing. But that said, though, yeah, you don't go to PlayStation if you're a fan of indies. Bacon in the chat says they became the market leader. That's what happened. Well, okay, sure, but it was working for him at a time. But you know what? Maybe it wasn't. If you look at what Housemarque, who obviously they just acquired, did. Everything they've done up until, I think Housemarque literally came out and said, we can't make a go of it anymore, making these kind of arcadey games. It's just, there's no money in it for us at the cost that we have to spend. And that's where we got Returnal from. So maybe they were just looking at it going, we're playing bigger, we're playing NFL now. We're no longer playing, you know, College Bowl. I don't fucking know. But I agree. Yeah. I agree with you, and I love indies still, and that's one of the reasons I love Game Pass. I would agree with you, man. If you're a gamer and all you like are the big AAAs, and you go to Game Pass, unless all these new acquisitions, and they might, I don't fucking know, but unless they bear fruit, yeah, I can see why Game Pass wouldn't be your cup of tea. If you're not going to get jazzed over Lonely Mountains Downhill, if you're not going to get jazzed over Hades or Gang Beast that just launched today or Proteus, then yeah, I get why you wouldn't give a fuck about Game Pass. But I love games like that.
Yeah, the only other little quick weird one, just because you were mentioning PS Now, and I'd be curious to kind of pick your brain.
Hang on one second. Rob F., I will get your super chat in 1 second, buddy. Sorry, go ahead, Torch.
No, yeah, so I was just curious, do you think, like, it's safe to say, because I feel like for, like, outside of Sony, people would generally agree on this, but do you think, like, if you were still at Sony, or if someone, like, at Sony asked you, it'd be like, hey, did we, like, just totally waste our money buying Gaikai? Because, like, I'm like, how do you not feel like that after the last, like, 10 years, and, like, no offense, like, PS Now has definitely improved over the years, but I feel like with how much money they spent on that company, like, and, like, the place they're at in the market, it just feels like, why did you spend all that money just to still kind of be at this middle ground where no one loves you but no one hates you?
Do you know what they paid for? I forget. David Perry.
I'm gonna look it up right now. I know it was like multi $100 million.
It was a lot. Well, look, I think the fact of the matter is you know, they probably got in a little early. And
so it's 380 million in
right.
2012.
And it's still early. But you know, again, you know, 90% of the chat maybe is going to, you know, disagree with me, and that's fine. I'm not talking about what they like, but streaming is the future for games. It just simply is. It will become the way most games are played in a number of years. And I think Sony sees that, and they wanted to get in and get the tech, and I don't know why they didn't want to build it themselves. Maybe they expected it to just blow up instantly. I couldn't tell you why they bought it, but I've had good experiences streaming on PS Now. I've had great experiences streaming on Stadia.
I think the missed opportunity is never really like, oh, what they're doing is wrong. I think it's like they still haven't fulfilled on promises they made over 8 years ago. Like, there's still, like, that press conference they did when they announced the PS4 of, like, guys, we're going to backwards compatible stream everything. Don't worry about it. Whereas, like, they never got off the floor in terms of it's just PS3 streaming and PS4. They say it's PS2, but it's all the PS2 games they ported to PS4, so that doesn't count.
Sony historically has a problem, even outside of its PlayStation division, but certainly PlayStation, with taking on a lot of extra shit and then never giving it what they really need to succeed, whether it's PlayStation VR, which to their credit, they're still supporting. But, you know,
amazingly,
if Nintendo releases a Game Boy, they have Game Boy teams. It's not like, oh, the Mario team wants to make a Game Boy game. Let's let them do that instead of a new Mario. It's like, no, they have specific teams that are all about that. But, you know, whether it was PSP, whether it was Vita, whether it was the Move, whether it was PSVR to some extent, it's like they don't do that very well. And so I get it. All right, man, I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thanks.
All right, let me find this super chat, and then I want to show you guys something really quickly. But this is a super chat from Rob. Thank you, buddy. He says, from New Zealand, he says, Steam in 2004 had 7 games. In 2020, it had over 10,000, and they get 27 games a day. Right? Yeah. I mean, it's feast or famine for the most part. Well, you know what? That's kind of not true. I want to tell you guys a brief little story. It's feast or famine, and I'm not going to be specific because I don't want to give away this information because it's not mine to give away. But it's feast or famine unless you, and this is just business anywhere, you either run with the big dogs or you target a niche that you know you can sell to, and you succeed that way. So there's a developer I talked to who exclusively publishes on Steam, and they publish, you know, kind of porny games. They're not like porn games. They're still games, but they're definitely hard R, light X rated games. And that's kind of part of their, you know, that's kind of part of their marketing. They're not shy about it. They're not trying to make art, kind of. They are sort of, but they're also, you know, but the point is they spend I asked them what the budget was. This guy spent about $10,000 on the game to make the game. And I said, well, have you made your money back? He says, oh yeah, we made $100,000. I think he said we made $360,000 in the first month, right? So, you know, you still got to market. You still got to find your niche. You got to find your audience and kind of tuck into that niche and sell to who you're selling to. You still have to have a business mind. You can't just throw shit up there and hope it does well. But yeah, I mean, it's just like any other business. But think about that, man. Think about that money. A 10 grand investment in a month got you $365K. So you ended up making a profit of, let's just be conservative, who knows what he spent, you know, $250K, because he assumed maybe 50 was PR, which it wasn't. Let's be real. He probably in a profit in 1 month made, if he got $365K, Steam gets 30%. I don't fucking know, but he made a lot of goddamn money. So it's doable. I want to show you something though I just want to show you this, and then I'll look at the chat. I want to show you, you know, again, I get it. I'm not fucking here trying to sell you guys on streaming. Okay? I'm not. I'm just sharing my experiences with you. But I want to show you this. So when you guys talk about Xbox Cloud Gaming just launched on Windows and Xbox X, okay? I want to show it to you on my PC just in real time really quickly. because it is, you know, I mean, it's really good. It's really good. It's not as good as Stadia. It's not as good as Luna yet, and it's horrible in Wi-Fi. But boy, it's a good experience if you're wired, which I am. Let me sign in real quick. I'll sell you Ace. Yeah, there you go. All right, hang on. I'm going to sign in, and I just want to show you this fucking thing. xCloud does work better. Again, I think it's terrible on Wi-Fi, but and again, I get it. Not everyone is close to a server. Not everyone has the best internet yet. We're not saying this is for you today. If you don't like it, that's fine. But to act like what I'm about to show you is not compelling, I'm sorry. Imagine buying a new TV and this is on your TV. You go and get a new TV. Oh, there's games on this TV. What's this? I don't know. Let's take a look. All right. Where is it? Hang on. I don't know this interface that well. Do I have to open an app? xCloud Gaming Beta. Give me that. Where is it? Where's the games? Oh, here it is. Okay. Overview. I'm already in. I'm in. Hang on. There it is. PlayOnXbox.com. Okay. I need to work on their menu a little bit. Okay. Check this out. I want to show. This is not the app. This is not on my PC. This is in a browser. Okay. I want to show you how quick you get going. Let's do Ori. Like, oh, I'm curious about Ori. I've seen that. Okay. Well, Heart 8 Gaming, I don't know what, I mean, what do you, I mean, streaming games is trash. I mean, okay, then don't do it. But I'm telling you, it's not, man. It's got nothing to do with Microsoft. I've shown people Luna before, po' boy. I've shown people Stadia. I have Cyberpunk on Stadia. It runs great. I don't know what you're talking about. It's got nothing to do. Trust me, I'll take a Microsoft check. But if you can't look at this and be excited by the tech and excited by where games could go, then I'm sorry, you have a different agenda, right? You have a different agenda, which is, I don't know, maybe you want your system to win or some such shit. But Sony has this too. Sony's is pretty good. They don't have this in a browser. You still have to go through your PS5, which is kind of a pain in the ass. I mean, this is me streaming. Okay, now I don't know if, because I'm also streaming, I don't know if it's going to hit my latency any. But when I'm not in this feels great. This is not a problem. But I may be getting more hiccups than usual simply because I'm also streaming to you guys. And again, I'm in San Diego. I'm sure I'm by a server that's close enough that I don't notice a problem. Okay, so it's like, I played this. This was fun. Right? I'm into the game. But fuck it. I want to play something else. Okay, I mean, this is how... It's Netflix, man. It is literally Netflix. I don't have data cap. Somebody said bring up Dark Alliance, which is not a good game, but fine. I'll bring it up. Here's Dark Alliance. There is a PS Now app for PC, but it doesn't work that well. Or maybe let me download it again later. I'll try it because I haven't tried it in like 6 months. But when I tried it last, it was really janky. It didn't, not the streaming part of it, but just getting it to all work. And I think I had to have my PlayStation on and I had to have them connected, and it was kind of a pain in the ass. Oh, your PC's fixed. Oh, good, Rob. Okay, so now we're into Dark Alliance. Again, I mean, the boot up is the boot up. You know, I can't, that's not got nothing to do with it. Jeffy, are you on a wired internet? Yes, I'm on wired. Okay, so Brian King said, let's see Dark Alliance. Okay. So this is stuttering a little bit. This would be unsatisfactory to me, just so you know. But again, that's xCloud. I don't see this on Luna. But, you know. But yeah, this is not a good experience. It's good if you're a kid, but no, I don't like this. This is unacceptable. Okay, let me try a different game. I wonder how much that is just that game though. But yeah, that's terrible. Hello, Sith. Good to see you, buddy. Okay, let's try Control. All right. You have to admit there's been a lot of marketing this week. Oh yeah, I agree. But so what? I mean, again, I legally, I think I would have to tell you, and if not, I hope I would have enough credit in the bank that you guys know I would tell you. I wouldn't take money from someone and not tell you. But that said, though, yeah, I mean they're marketing. What do you want them to do? Thank you, Dark Ram. I appreciate that, man. This game is hot garbage. Control. I haven't played a lot of it. I liked what I've played. Thank you, Keith. I appreciate that, buddy. It was fun to do. But I'm literally sitting in a browser. I'm just sitting here jumping from game to game. I don't have to download updates. I don't have to buy the game. I'm and here and we're in. And again, I can show you. I've done this before, but I don't mind because I think people are just. Again, if you don't have a good internet, and again, my internet's not amazing, but it is better on. Yeah, this is a little laggy. I ain't lying to you. This is a little laggy. I mean, it's kind of acceptable, but let me show you. I've done this before, but I'll show you Luna though. This is Luna. Luna is leaps and bounds better than. I don't want to show you this yet. It's really great, but it's a new DW Octorok and Trey Trimble joint to open the show, but I'm not ready to show it yet. Right, I also may be lagging because I'm streaming. Right. So Game Pass, xCloud, you're asking what the difference is. Game Pass is Ultimate Game Pass gives you streaming, but you don't have to stream. You can also download it. Streaming wouldn't work for you. Yeah, I get it, Brian. That's great. Then, right? No, that's what I think people get confused about. It's like no one's trying to force you to stream games. Don't stream them. Fuck you, Scott. I'm not an actor. What do you want me to do? They asked me. I said sure. Okay. So this is Luna, which I've had a much better experience with. But again, it may be because I'm streaming. Okay. You don't know if you could ever accept the compromises that come with streaming? Yeah, maybe you won't. No one's forcing you to stream games. But I will tell you, if a company comes around and they start making games that are really good and they're exclusively streaming and they play great on stream, you know, there you go. I'm on Wired, but I'm streaming at the same time, though, Chongo. That's why. Okay. Luna, I think, is public. I think. I'm not sure. I'm King Zealous. We're done with the actual stream, so we were just talking about streaming. But yeah, my experience when I'm playing and I'm not streaming is much better than this. I was going to make a video, but how do I climb in this game? What's the climb button? Is it this? There it is. Nope. There we go. Where's the jump button? Oh, that's it.
A trespasser spotted at Metro Station.
This is bad. You'll have to fight your way out of here. Yeah, let's lead to another sector.
I hate the jump buttons on the bumper. It's really weird.
God, your software is a mess. I've rebooted your acceleration module. You should be able to squeeze through that turbine.
Press LB. I guess not. Okay. Again, it's only stuttering because I'm streaming, but Luna never stutters for me. It's really fucking good. All right. Anyway, there you go. Jeffy, how bad do you think the Amico in television will flop? I mean, I don't know. I know that I've played it. I like Tommy's vision. I don't know if I agree with Tommy's vision in the sense that I think what he is promoting is noble, but I think it already exists. I mean, the idea of people gathering around a TV, playing together, Nintendo does that. Sony has games that do that. Apple Arcade has games that do that. So I like his vision, but it's not like his vision doesn't exist. It's really going to come down to the games, and I've played them, and some of them are good. I haven't played them in a long time, but I hope it does well for him. I think it's way too expensive for what it is. Somebody today online, I think it was on NeoGAF, said, okay, well, for $250, a little bit more, I can get Xbox Series S and I can get Game Pass. Why would I buy Amico? So I don't know. I think there's a place for it, but I think at that price, it's a little nutty. Thank you, Living Legend. Thank you for the super chat. He says, Ghost Runner was my game of the year. Very underrated and surprisingly polished for an indie. The guys deserve mad props. I will play it. I have not played it beyond a little bit. Have I finished any games via streaming? I finished a couple, but streaming is not currently my go-to. It's only my go-to when I'm like testing stuff out, because if I can download it, yeah, I'll download it. That's my preference. But, that's just because I won't get any lag. I won't get any stuttering. I won't get any visual degradation. I won't compete with my kids for the internet. But if I had a TV and Sony said, I'll give you a great example. So Cyberpunk came out, and Cyberpunk was the least buggy on Stadia. And I'm like, oh, well, I'll get it on Stadia then. And I didn't like it enough to finish it, but I played about 6 hours of it streaming. I still have it. I own it. And it's great on Stadia. So if Sony comes out with a console, like take PS5, for example. If PS5, which is hard for people to get right now, if Sony said, well, PS6 is going to be, obviously, we're still going to have discs, maybe, but we're going to let you download, but we're also going to be streaming day one, our games. I bet a lot of people would buy Ratchet & Clank to stream to their television. Even though they hope to get a PS5 or 6 eventually, I can stream that. I can stream Returnal. I can stream God of War. And eventually, yeah, I'll buy the hardware if I want it. But I bet a lot of people would think that, and then they would just go, oh, I'm fine streaming. I don't want to spend $500 on the hardware when I can kind of finally can kind of stream it. Heart 8 Gaming, I'm going to just fucking call you out. I don't care. He says, another fail. David Jaffe, give it up. Streaming games is trash. We don't want it. Buddy, you're living in the past, okay? You're a child. I'm sorry, okay? I'm 50 years old. I've seen this movie before. It goes like this. We don't want digital music. I want to own it physically. Okay, I guess I'll get it on Napster. I guess I'll get it on iTunes. We don't want to lose record stores. We don't want to lose video stores. There's a great social aspect to them. You're right. Guess what? They're gone. For the most part, they're gone. I don't want to download video games. No fucking way I'm downloading video games. I want to own my video games, and I want to put them on the shelf and display them proudly. Fuck you. You can still do that. Limited run games will always be there for you. But you know what? 2 Christmases ago was the first time digital downloads surpassed retail physical downloads. Sorry, pal. I don't want subscriptions. They're coming. Okay? You're a dinosaur, baby. That's how it goes. You have got to get better in your life at meditating, taking some breaths, allowing change to happen, because it will. You will have to allow yourself to do the mental work to come to a position where you say, oh, so much of what I love about something is nostalgia. It's not even the thing I love. It's the memories of that thing because of what was happening in my life at the time. Okay? You have to learn to allow that to still be something you treasure without attaching that to physical objects. Okay? If streaming is actually trash and it never works, then it shouldn't catch on. But anybody with an ability to read the future even a little bit based on the present can see where this is going. And it's okay to not like it if you don't like it. But what I'm not going to give you a pass on, pal, is acting like your argument is as valid as mine. When your argument is just, I don't want the way it is to change. I can respect that emotionally from you. But you're offering nothing to counter the fact that this is what most consumers... I literally showed you a story about Bobby Kotick winning in the investment of the stockholders going, yeah, he probably gets paid too much, but he's making us so much money because he's doubled down on all the shit hardcore gamers say they hate. He's doubled down on games as a service, on loot boxes, microtransactions, pay to win, franchises over new IP. Well, guess what? They're making more money than they ever have. So you can sit there and tell me we don't want it, but unless you can actually come prepped to debate it in terms of where the industry's going, you just sound like a child who's having a tantrum because things are changing and you don't like the fact that we're driving cars and no longer driving horses and buggies. That's the goddamn truth, sir. That's the goddamn fucking truth. Do with that what you will. Put that in this pipe and you can smoke it, sir. Okay. Where'd he go? He didn't say anything. Okay. Did I miss that? I don't know. I missed Super Chat. Okay. Well, there you go. I guess I'm clipping that one. Fellas, that is it for Gabbin' and Games. I appreciate you joining me here on the last day of June. I hope your summer is going well. Hope you're keeping frosty and not too hot out there in the world. I will be back maybe tonight streaming games. I will be back tomorrow streaming games, and then the next day with another Gabbin' and Games. I think I'm starting to get this schedule thing down a little bit. And then I got some interviews coming up. I don't have them scheduled yet. I got some codes to give away. I got a bunch of codes I want to give you guys. I have an interview with the guy who made one of my favorite games from the Steam Next sale, which was Severed Steel, which was great. But I don't have dates for that yet. I got a guy who's making a Holocaust game who's going to come on the show soon. It's going to be great. But in the meantime, that's it. Thank you guys. Heart8 says, I can easily debate streaming games and why it's trash. Call in right now. I will keep the stream going for another couple of minutes. Call in right now. Put yourself in the Discord. Don't give me shit. You get on the fucking phone and you fucking debate me. I don't even have to debate you. Convince me. Convince me. I don't have a dog in the fight. I'm telling you, my intellect, such as it is, good, bad, otherwise, is telling me when I look at the room, reading the room, the road, whatever, Alana Pierce is coming on in July. Adonis. Is that, yes, this is the future. What's the problem? Get on in here. Yeah, the giveaways, Christopher Gorley. All right, here we go. I'm going to ask a trivia question. Thank you, OOG Gaming, for joining the Diet Soda Soldiers. I appreciate it. There you go. You get a smoke of the pipe. Everybody who has the capability, please give OOG Gaming a little bit of a emote of your choice. OOG, thank you so much for being part of our little community. I appreciate it very, very goddamn much. Thank you, sir. Okay, I will be giving away 2 sheets from our one of our sponsors, Rotten Tanuki, Day One Patch Kids. These are cards he makes, stickers he makes that are, he's got a Kratos one in there. He's got a Sweet Tooth one on one of these. I will be sending these out tomorrow as long as you are in America. I'm going to ask a question, and the first person that I see in the chat, it will be up to me, not to you. I'm looking at the chat. I can always show it back to you. But again, welcome, OG. Good to see you, buddy. And give the man some emotes, you old so-and-sos. There you go. Thank you, guys. Whoever gets the question first, then I see it, is going to be the proud owner of these really neat cards from Day One Patch Kids. Here we go. I'm going to base it off something we talked about in this stream. Okay. Let me go back to my stories, see what we've been talking about, fellas. Okay. Hang on. I'm not going to make it too hard. I promise I won't make it too hard. Okay. What is the game where the developer said, we have been able to make the levels bigger because of PlayStation 5's hardware? and the SSD and whatnot. What's the name of the game? You have to be in America because I'm not shipping anywhere else. Sorry. Dun, 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 dun. Who will get the answer to the question? Rob the mod, you are not right. Who will get the question to the trivia that I'm asking tonight? The answer is Major Pest Plays. Thank you for playing. Congratulations, you got it right. Now let's go dragon slaying. Hey, hey, Major Pest Plays. Hit me up in the Discord and give me your address and I will send it tomorrow. Congratulations, sir. Major Pest Plays gets it. We will send these to you tomorrow. The Discord link. Yes, let me give you the Discord link right now, sir. Invite people. There you go. No, it was Deathloop. Paste. That's not it. That's an article. Why is it giving you that? Oh, this is what I want to send you. Here. Wait, are you in Canada? I can't send it to you in Canada. God damn it, Major Pest. I told you, it's got to be America. Okay, if you're in Canada, the next runner-up is Bacon Magma. Bacon Magma in the Discord, send me your address. I'll send it to you tomorrow, buddy. Absolutely. But you got to let me know if you're in Canada. I can't send it to you. No, Heart 8. I just sent Heart 8 the Discord. Okay, he's joined. Okay, so what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to friend him so he doesn't have to wait for this waiting period. Let's see if I can add him as a friend. And if I add him as a friend, maybe we can go right to chatting. Let me try to call him. And if it works, I'm going to take like a 2-minute break. I got to go get a new Coke. And then we will have this last conversation with good sir Heart 8. Let me call him real quick. Okay, I'm calling him right now. So he's starting a call. I've already sent shit to Bacon. He'll send me shit. Are you seeing it? Heart 8? I'm waiting for him. It says he's calling him, but he's not getting any, he's not responding. There you go. Heart 8, are you in? It says you're muted. That might be my fault. Why am I don't want to mute you. Can you hear me? Can you type? Or is it doing that thing where you, even if I've called you directly, you got to wait 10 seconds? That doesn't make any sense. Hit me up either in the Discord or if you can't type in the Discord in the, because it says you're in the in the call. But for some reason though, invite to server? I mean, you're already in the server. Are you there? Heart 8, can you hear me? What's in my mouth is a pipe.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Testing.
Yep. Can you hear me, Heart 8?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I got to get another Diet Coke. And then you and I, good sir, are going to debate or discuss whatever. Again, I don't have to win. Convince me I'm wrong. We're going to discuss the future of streaming and how it will be successful or how you think, as you say, it is trash. So let me, I'm going to put you, do you want to be on camera or no? Just voice, man.
I don't even have a camera set up. I'm
okay.
Just voice.
Okay. So, this is it. Guys, I'll be back in 2 seconds or 2 minutes and we'll talk. I'll be right back, Heart 8.
Yep.
So if you want to talk to the chat, go for it.
Yeah, I'll just wait. I'll wait till you get back. And we can discuss why streaming is trash. Nobody agrees with this streaming shit. Listen, fans of David Jaffe, It's okay to disagree with this motherfucker, all right? It's okay to disagree. You know goddamn well you ain't trying to be streaming no fucking video games, man. Stop this shit. Stop it. But anyway, I'm gonna wait. We're gonna wait.
Okay, are you there? Heart 8, are you there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, so let me set this up and tell me if I'm getting it wrong. So we were talking about streaming. I was saying streaming is the future. Video games, whether it's, you know, what I think is going to happen is it's going to roll out slowly, just like digital distribution did, until ultimately it becomes the norm, and it's going to be in TVs and all kinds of things, and you're not even going to need consoles. So we're talking about this, and Heart 8 says that's trash. Streaming is trash. We don't want it. And I said, pretty much, you're absolutely wrong, Heart 8, and I laid into you pretty good, and you said, I'm not afraid to debate you, Jaffe. I'll call in. So here we are. Tell me how I'm wrong. Tell me how you're right. Go.
Okay. So I'm definitely right. That's first and foremost.
Oh, well, you've won the argument.
Streaming is trash. Yeah, I really already won, but you want to talk, so we can talk.
Well, okay, but let's be clear. Let's be clear. I don't care. I don't care if you do shtick or character, but you literally have to.
I ain't no character.
Okay, but
okay,
but then you have to come with data and facts. You can't just tell me.
Can you let me talk? Can you let me talk?
I would like to, but I'm giving you some.
Cut me off.
Hang on. I won't cut you off again. I just want to lay some ground rules down because I don't want you to feel I'm disrespecting you. I actually want to make sure we have a real substantive conversation. Just to say I've already won, it's trash. I'm like, really? All right, go.
Okay, can I go?
Yeah, go.
Are you finished?
I just said I was.
Okay.
Go.
Okay, thank you. You said that the first time. All right, listen. Streaming games is trash, and I'm about to break it down to you why it's trash. First, you got loss of image quality. That is trash. You think we pay all this money for these TVs to be gaming in low quality? Is that what you think we do? You think we got $200 Walmart TVs and we want to be playing games in low quality? No. Some of us, a lot of us, spend thousands of dollars on these TVs to have the best to only turn around and then start streaming? That doesn't make any sense. Also, input lag. Input lag is a big thing. See, casual gamer like yourself, you're pretty trash at games. We already know this, right? You don't get it. You know what I mean? But for people that like to be competitive, for people that are good at games, that like to play online, input lag is a major thing that just will, you know, have us not having a good experience. You understand what I'm saying, Jaffe? So you might not, because I've seen you play games. You're garbage. You're garbage. But for people like me, I need input lag to be as low as possible. And streaming, that is just not the case. That is just not the case. Then a lot of people do not have the best internet. You know what I mean? I know it's 2021, but there's still plenty of places in America where the internet is not good enough. I mean, shit, some of us do have high-speed internet, and it's still not good enough because we have to deal with companies like Comcast. I have 1,000 megabytes download and about 40-something upload. You see how, you know, how crazy that is? Like, why is it so drastic on both ends of the spectrum? And this is Comcast. You know, from time to time, the service goes out and things like that. So right now, streaming is just not valuable, and I don't think it's going to be anytime soon. Now, I know you made the point talking about music and downloadable games. That is not the same. Also, I spent a lot of money on my audio system. So streaming is definitely going to have some shabby audio. It's not going to be top of the line like I would like to have. You know what I mean? So for people like me and people that want the best in quality, in visuals and sound, we're just not getting down with streaming. It's the same thing when it comes to movies and things like that. Yeah, I may stream movies, but when I'm really getting into watching a movie or I'm really serious about a movie, I want the physical because it has the best quality and the best audio, and that's what I paid for. I did not pay all this money for these things to nerf myself. So I feel like most people don't like streaming, and we don't care for it. Game Pass wouldn't be as big as it is, or wouldn't be as popular as it is if it was only streaming. This is why PlayStation Now has not really taken off. Most people don't even know that PlayStation Now has over 400 downloadable games. Most people are not even aware of this. We all was just under the impression that you stream games, so we done forgot all about it. Nobody really pays attention to PlayStation Now because they don't know. You know what I mean? Game Pass is good, and Game Pass is good for what it is because you can download the games. Anything other than that, we don't want it. Majority of us don't want it. And that's a fact.
Okay.
I'm finished.
Okay. So what's weird is it's almost like when you hear me speak, you choose to just ignore certain phrases. Because the only way you can come to the conclusion that I disagree with a lot of what you're saying is if you think what I have said is I don't understand why there are some people that don't like streaming at all, let alone today. What I have said time and time and time again is you are in the minority. It does not mean you are not an important voice. It does not mean that there will not be a market that serves you. But the idea that most people are going out and spending thousands and thousands of dollars on TVs and audio systems, and they want what you want, is simply not true. And I can prove to you how it's not true, because you can absolutely see the fact that the majority of money in video games right now is not made from people like you. I'm sorry, but it's not. It's made from people who play Roblox. It's made from people who play Fortnite. It's made from people who play cell phone games. It's made from people who do not care about the level of fidelity and quality. Now, I'm not one of those people. I respect that you care about that.
About input lag. People that play Fortnite would definitely have a problem with that. Go ahead.
Absolutely. So, if you are playing a competitive game, there is a market that will serve you. And it could very well be that input lag will become something that is too problematic for streaming to overcome in the next 10, 15 years. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Who knows? But what I don't think you or I can say, though, because we're not talking about streaming today. I think Game Pass as a downloadable system is viable today. I think streaming can be viable for a lot of games, but it kind of depends today. I've had good experiences with it, but a lot of people haven't, and I respect that. But if we're talking about in the future, it's absolutely going to be the future. And more importantly than that, it's really weird. A lot of gamers are like this that come to this stream that I talk to. It's like you seem to think why? Let me ask you this. Here's a question. Why can't you process the idea that there are aficionados of things? Like there are audiophiles, videophiles, people who love good cigars, people who love wine and they understand it. But the vast majority of people just get their wine to get drunk and go out and have dinner and drink, right? The majority of anything, which is where the most of the money is made, unless you're talking about super niche stuff, which video games are not, is made through the mainstream. The mainstream doesn't care about what you care about. Why is that hard for you? Why can't you just go like people who love records? It's like, yeah, for me, I'm always going to want to own my records and have vinyl or whatever. Why can't you just say, I like to own my games. I want the greatest fidelity, the best picture, the best sound, but I know I'm in the minority. Why is that hard for you to square that in your brain?
Let me say this. As far as the audio go, right? We can say I'm in the minority. As far as audio go, I don't think I'm in the minority when it comes to picture quality. You see people arguing all day long on the internet back and forth. We see people talking about graphics and image quality and things like that. Also, even if you want to say that's in the minority, one thing that is definitely universal is input lag.
It depends. If you are talking about, let me ask you a question. So if you can make put yourself in executive shoes and all you care about is making money. Say you're Bobby Kotick, right? Bobby Kotick doesn't make Call of Duty because he wants to please the audience of gamers who buy Call of Duty. If you went to Bobby Kotick and told him you could make so much more money or just as much money with less investment if you made Roblox games, he would make Roblox games, okay? So if the audience shows up in the majority and says, like my kids and their friends and most kids today, they don't buy games. They don't even download. I mean, they download them, but they don't own them. They don't own Fortnite. They don't own Roblox. They have a subscription, okay? If Bobby Kotick or Sony or any of these companies in the future go, wow, we can make a shit ton of money, but here's some games we choose not to make because it's not great for the system, then they won't make competitive fighting games. They won't make competitive shooters at that, or they will, but they'll be maybe more like Splatoon or a game where the input lag isn't as important, right? It's the market, the creative adjusts to what the market will bear, and the creative adjusts to what the market is saying that they will spend a lot of money on. So I would agree with you. We may not in the next 10 years get to a future where you can play a wonderful precision shooter like PUBG streaming and it feels fair. But that doesn't mean companies won't rise up and totally decimate and dominate the market because they say, yes, but low barrier of entry, low cost, variety, ease of use, all of that always trumps the aficionado vote. It simply does. So they'll make different kinds of games that speak to that audience that won't be problematic with an input lag. Why is this hard?
None of that matters if it is not an enjoyable experience.
Well,
Unless
yeah, no shit. No shit.
Hold on. Unless it's going to be a point and click game, input lag will always matter, even to the most casual person.
But you're not basing that off any facts. You're basing.
What do you mean? That is facts. Stream a game. It's horrible.
It's not.
Horrible.
Okay, I'm going to give you proof that it's not horrible. I'm going to show you. Are you watching the stream?
I didn't did it myself.
Okay,
PlayStation.
That's fine. But you currently.
I got experience.
I understand that, but you probably either don't have good enough internet yet, or you aren't close enough to one of the servers yet.
Oh, we got all of these excuses,
it's
man.
Not,
I gotta be right next to the server. It's a server. It gotta be my next door neighbor. That's what you're telling me, Jaffe? How many servers is gonna be right next to people?
What I am telling you is that we're not talking about today. I opened this. I'm going to show you a video that I took yesterday that I haven't edited together yet, okay? This is me streaming on xCloud when I'm not doing a stream of my own, okay? But yes, the idea that these games will get to a point where they are more than acceptable to the vast majority of gamers, that is where these things are going. I agree with you. If you have had a bad experience, yeah, of course, nobody wants anything to do with that. But I'm telling you, the experiences are not bad. Hang on, you can laugh, but I'm showing you. Hang on a second.
Listen, man, I've been experienced streaming games, and it's not.
Are you watching?
Anybody that's
really?
I'm watching. I got it. I'm watching. I'm watching.
All right, this is one of the fastest games I know. This is streaming. I'm playing you a video of me the other day streaming this. Okay, this is coming off.
How can that negate my argument of input lag? I don't have a controller in my hand.
Because I wouldn't lie to you when I was literally.
I don't know what you would tell me, Jaffe. All I can go off of my experience.
Okay, well, no one. But I am acquiescing to the fact that your experience has been shitty.
It could look smooth on your video all at once. How does it feel, Jaffe? How does it feel?
No, you're not really good at this, because what you're trying to do, what I'm telling you is, I am arguing. Hang on, I'm going to mute you. Let me finish my point. I am arguing in good faith with you. I literally had a stream before you even called in where I was saying, when I was playing Dark Alliance streaming, it was crap. I said it was unacceptable. And that was also on xCloud. And someone said, oh, well, maybe that's because you're streaming. And I said, if this is what streaming was like, I would say, yeah, I want nothing to do with it. Okay? But what I'm telling you is, if I'll admit that in good faith for the sake of this conversation, I'm agreeing, or I'm accepting that your truth is your truth, which is you've had bad experiences. I would not lie to you and tell you that why would I want to sell you on streaming? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you great.
Did you see this game you are showing me, sir?
I am watching it right now.
Is this my future? Is this what you're telling me? Look at this game.
Because you don't even understand the technology. Are you thinking because this game looks retro, it doesn't deal with input lag? This game is fast as fuck. This game is... let me show you a better look. Is it the visuals you have a problem with?
I'm good, sir.
What does that mean?
I'm good. Show me. I mean, I would rather play like Forza Horizon 5. That's what I want my games to look like.
But I
didn't spend all this money on this stuff for my games to look like
you don't even understand the technology. Streaming doesn't matter. You could stream an Atari 2600 game, or you could stream Cyberpunk. It's the streaming doesn't care what the game is. It's coming off. It's a TV signal basically, right? So look, I'm showing you right now. I'm showing you Vermintide, which is a much more high fidelity game. The only reason I put up that game first was because it's so fast that the need to have the input be responsive is more noticeable if it isn't.
You was hitting the wall a lot, so it couldn't have been that responsive. You were hitting the wall a lot. Now, was that the controller or was it your skills?
It was absolutely not the controller. It was not the input lag.
Input lag or your skills?
Well, okay, that's that. Okay, here, watch me hit the wall.
It was hitting the wall.
I'm putting
which one it was,
and I'm putting it back up now because I hadn't played this game in a long time.
You couldn't stay on the road. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I haha, funny, blah blah blah.
I'm just saying.
I'm telling you, it has nothing. It has nothing.
You gotta relax. You gotta relax.
It's not that I have to. It's not that I have to relax. It's that you have somewhere along the lines you've been convinced that being loud and being boisterous and silly
I'm just here to talk about.
I know, but what you're you're not really arguing good faith because what you're trying to do.
I already argued. I made my points. You didn't make yours.
I totally made my points. No, you didn't make your points.
You're trying to show me gameplay that doesn't have anything to do with input lag. It has bad input lag. Streaming has bad input lag.
You're really. I can't have this conversation with you if you're going to argue this way. You're not actually arguing and debating in good faith. If you're coming to this argument suggesting that you can't take my word on the fact that I'm not experiencing input lag, even though earlier in the stream I literally said this is so laggy and unacceptable that I wouldn't play this. So I've openly, even before we were in a debate, before I knew we would do a debate, I made it clear that I have no problem. I'm not in this to win this. I'm in this to give you my experience honestly. And I said to you, or I said to the stream, I can't play it like this. And so I stopped playing it. So when I'm telling you in good faith, I was not experiencing input lag, I wasn't. And you're like, but you're hitting the wall. How do I know? Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, I don't know, man. I can't convince you. Let me show you some other games. Maybe that'll help. You're actually coming.
I've experienced streaming myself.
But you haven't experienced it.
I never. That's what you say. How you know I didn't have a good enough connection? What's the connection that they say that you should have?
I will tell you, but here's how I know you haven't had a good enough connection, because if you've walked away from it and you have been like, that is shit and that is unacceptable, then you haven't experienced good streaming. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, that's how I know.
So what should my speed be to have an enjoyable experience?
How would I know that? You tell me. What does the internet tell you it should be?
No, that's what I'm asking. I thought you might have known all this.
I mean, I can. No, I can look it up real quick. Give me a minute.
Or you could just say, what is your internet speeds?
I will tell you that in a second too, but I will look up what they recommend for streaming. And it is ping as well, but hang on a minute. I'm going to look it up right now. Okay, so I will look up, let's see, I'll look up Stadia. No, well, best streaming, what's the word, recommended?
For me, I got 1,000 megabytes down, and I got 45 up.
Recommended streaming speed for Stadia, let's see. Okay, well, your internet is better than mine, and you're telling me that you either must be in Timbuktu away from a server. Like, where do you live?
I'm in Georgia.
What part? Are you close to Atlanta? I don't know where their servers would be.
I'm about an hour from Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine you would be close enough. All I can tell you is that my internet down is like 280. And my internet up is like 14. So your internet slams the fuck out of my internet. And I'm telling you, when I'm playing these games, there is no, and you've got people in the chat that also are playing the, I mean, we're not experiencing what you're experiencing.
Play a fighting game. Play a fighting game. And then come back. Play some Street Fighter and then get back with me and tell me there's no input lag.
That's a different thing, though. I already said right now, there are absolutely going to be some games that are competitive that you are not going to want to compete with someone else. But I could absolutely play a single player fighting game and not have a problem with it today. But to go into the future, I probably would need to in fact, here, I'll give you something. I'll show you one right now. Not a problem, pal. But yeah, I'm streaming at the same time, so it's kind of hard to do both. But hang on. But let's see.
So that's a problem in itself, right? What if you want to stream games and stream to your audience at the same time? Then that's another issue.
It's not an issue. It's an issue right now, and it's an issue. I mean, the number of people who stream and that's going to be the reason that the future doesn't take off, because streamers won't be able to. I mean, come on, they just won't.
I mean, that's look. Streaming is very big right now.
Okay, man.
People want to stream. People want to stream.
We are. Yeah, they do want to stream. We're talking about the future. We're talking about the fact that
how far are we talking? How far in the future are we talking?
I think where you are going to get is it's going to be just like downloadable digital content. You are going to see games get, hang on, I'm bringing this up real quick. Hang on, Xbox. You are going to see games more and more and more become sub-services, and then more and more become streaming services. I don't mean today. I don't mean in a year, but I definitely think in a year, there are going to be more people streaming than there are today. 100%, absolutely, hands down. It is going to be a gradual adoption, and the internet's going to get better, and games are going to adjust because the money is going to be there. Hang on, I'm entering my thing. I'll show you a fighting game. Hang on. I mean, again, it's almost like you don't get the fact that I'm not arguing with you about today. I get that today, for a number of people, it's not the most satisfying experience, but not for everyone. But there's enough people that have experienced a positive experience with it that if you can extrapolate that out, you go, oh, I can see how this is going to become the norm. Here, I don't know. Again, I'm streaming, so I'm probably going to get a little lag. I'll put up Streets of Rage is on here, I think. There, Streets of Rage 4. All right. I mean, that's the best I can do because I wouldn't. I guess there's what's that game they put out? Killer Instinct, right? Now, I have never played a fighting game over streaming, but let's see what it feels like. I'm not vouching for this. But I'm curious, though, because you asked. Something's not right. I got my controller. It's fine. Here we go.
The point I'm trying to make at the end of the day is that majority of us gamers don't want streaming, and we don't want it no time soon. We're not looking forward to a streaming future.
And what I'm saying is, I absolutely, the only thing I will say that I disagree with that statement on is you are not in a position to speak for the majority of gamers. You are in a position maybe
run a poll, Jaffe. Run a poll. Run it on YouTube. Run it
think
on
about
Twitter.
think about it. The number of people who my kids and their friends and their high school wouldn't even know what the fuck we're talking about. Okay, so
how old is your kids?
running 17 and 15, running a poll in a place that people would actually take it and know what we're talking about is the exact problem. You absolutely are, in my opinion, speaking for the people who go on NeoGAF, the people who watch shows like this. Sure, I'm not denying that. I think you're absolutely right. It's going to be a while before you guys come around. But you guys aren't playing Fortnite or Roblox either, right? The fact is, you guys are in the minority.
And they wouldn't be playing Fortnite either if they had to stream it.
No, they would. Okay, but what they would do though is there would be another game that worked. They would still be playing Among Us, and they'd be just as happy.
Look how low we have to degrade the games just for this.
They don't care though. You think Bobby Kotick cares? You think fundamentally, even Sony at a corporate level cares? They don't care. It's a business. I'm not saying you don't care. I appreciate that. I respect that. I do. But that's not what we're talking about. I'm not arguing with you that your points are stupid. I'm saying they only become stupid when you shove those points into other people who don't value the same things you value. That's all I'm saying.
I think you're really underestimating people that think that they don't value having smooth controls. You know what I mean? I think you're really underestimating it. You're making it seem like people just don't care. They don't care. No. 10 minutes later.
That's different. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
That's how you sounding right now. You're sounding like they don't care. Like everybody cares about input lag.
Yes, but
if they move the character and the character is not responsive,
I never.
that's a problem.
Yes, it is a huge problem, and I never said otherwise. But what I said was the money will be there, and the gamers will be there because they will. If they basically prove that the audience will vibe with accessibility, then they will design games around the limitations, just like the best iPhone games that sell the most.
Oh, this lag. You see this lag? It's lagging bad. You see it?
Yes, it's a fighting game. I'm not just. It's not terrible, but I'm not disagreeing with you.
Pretty bad.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but if you were playing a single player game,
do a 10-hit combo. Do a 10-hit combo.
Yeah, it's. I can't have this discussion with you. You're literally not arguing in good faith. You're
arguing input lag. I said do a 10-hit combo.
First off, I can't do a 10-hit combo on that game. I don't know.
No, first of all, okay, let me say this, Jeffy. You gotta relax. You get sensitive way too easy.
Really?
We're only having a conversation. It's not that serious. You gotta relax.
I'm very relaxed. If I wasn't relaxed, why would I
have this conversation with you? Like, chill, relax.
It's
not that deep.
It's super fucking deep. I enjoy it. Let's be clear. Don't fucking patronize and tell me to relax. I enjoy having the conversation. I enjoy debate. I don't give a fuck if you. What? I'm sorry, your psychoanalysis of me.
Look at you. You're emotional. Relax.
Of course I'm emotional because I care. But I'm still having fun. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me.
I hope so. Okay, I hope so.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Trust me. Watch my stream. I do it all the time.
Okay.
All right, go.
Oh, go ahead. I mean, what happened to Killer Instinct? What happened?
It didn't play very well.
Okay, my point is made.
Your point is not made. Your point.
It's made, Jeffy.
Really? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let me explain. Okay. Let me explain to you how your point is not made, and I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me how your point was made, even though I don't think it was. Okay. Let's be calm and listen.
I'm chill.
I don't care if you're chill. Let's just listen for a minute.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Okay. Your point is input lag matters. I don't think anybody would disagree with you that input lag matters. Of course it does. Okay? However, if you are playing an online fighting game and you are streaming it to an audience while you are playing it, I can't even play a platformer without getting unacceptable input lag, like I showed before we even had this conversation. Okay? So when you say your point is made, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying you're not arguing in good faith. That's why the idea of chill, relax is really kind of a really bad faith debate tactic, because what you're trying to do, you're trying to deflect and divert attention away from actually the meat of the topic. I've made it clear to you already. The things that you are saying are problems. I'm agreeing with you. But you're not listening if you think the reason I put Killer Instinct down is because your point was made. Right? I can't stream a game when I'm streaming to an audience. I showed you video when I wasn't streaming to an audience, when I was streaming on xCloud. And I said to you, there was no lag and it was acceptable. I also showed you when I was in good faith arguing that when input lag was not acceptable, I stopped playing And so all of that as a basis for what we've been talking about, and then you come at me with, my point is made because you had input lag. There's literally a guy in the chat, Realism, says input lag is extremely important. I know. It's like you're not listening.
And that's why I said that streaming is trash, and you get on here and you show us what you're dealing with, and that is kind of proving my point.
Stop for a minute. Stop right there. I showed you a very fast racing game. I showed you a high fidelity visual game that when I was not streaming, there was no input lag. Why is that trash?
Listen.
No. Why was it trash?
Listen, you showed a video. We can't really confirm what was going on with said video.
Okay. So
what's going on live? When you show us what's going on live, it failed every time, Jeffy. Every time.
That's you're then okay. So what you're basically saying is, because the very nature of how unless I invite you over, which I'm happy to do, unless I invite you over, I can't. I'm not worth having the discussion with then. So we may as well stop talking, because what I'm telling you is, I don't know what else to tell you other than I've been honest about when it's not working, and I'm honest about when it is working. If you're choosing to say that's not good enough, then that's fine. But then there's no point in arguing at all. Correct?
I mean, I'm just here to. You wanted me to come here to make my point. That's what I did.
Yeah, but
every time you streamed live, every time you did it live, it failed.
Yes, it did. Do you know why?
That's all that matters. Right in front of us. Right for us all to see.
That's so dumb for you to say that. I'm sorry, but it's dumb.
I mean, what do you mean? It failed. You said it yourself. Oh, it's bad. You cut it off. It failed.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. If you said to me you can fly a plane across the country, and I said, no, you can't. And I then said, you can fly across the country, but I took all your fuel away in mid-flight and you crashed. Would I say you're a liar? But you failed. Yeah, you didn't have any fucking fuel. Right? I am streaming a stream while I am downloading and playing a stream. So if you take away...
So if you're saying that your conditions is poor right now because of all the things that you are doing, then why even try to prove and show it anyway?
Because I assume...
Why even go through it?
Well, because I had a video of it, and I assume that would be acceptable given the fact that I don't lie. You can't point to any time when I've lied on this stream ever, because I don't do it in my life at all. And you also, on this very stream, I tell you when it's shitty. So, but if you're not going to believe me on that, I don't know what else I can do for you. If you're basically saying, I can't show it to you and no one else who's telling you that it's good is accurate, then yeah, fine, sure, no problem. I mean, that there's no way to win that debate with you. But if you want me to say, is streaming shitty right now for me when I am streaming and I'm also doing a live stream like I am with the show? Yeah, you're right. You win that argument. Not a problem.
If there ain't nothing else to say then, right?
I guess not.
My point was just streaming is garbage and we don't want it. Most of us don't want it. Majority of people do not want no streaming. I don't see nobody running around talking about streaming games.
Yeah, because no one's had the experience yet.
So everybody just got a bad experience then, right?
No.
It's majority, a minority. I mean, nobody talks about PlayStation Now. Most people say it's garbage. Mm-hmm. So you're telling me that, like, who's had a good connection and really enjoyed PlayStation Now? PlayStation Now is not even really discussed. Nobody even really talks about PlayStation Now. We all tried it, and it sucked.
Yeah, I think the reason it's hard to discuss with you is because there's such an arrogance about this idea that we tried it. We don't want it. It's this horse shit, man. Okay, I played Metal Gear Solid Returnal, which is a very fast game, and it played great on streaming on PlayStation Now. So no, it didn't suck. Now Paulo in the chat says the majority of enthusiasts. That I will grant you. That is a different argument. Yes, for enthusiasts, I agree. But I'm not talking about that. Enthusiasts also don't want to play Fortnite anymore. They don't want to play Roblox. They don't want to even play a lot of Call of Duty. They're enthusiasts. They want the best of the best, and I respect that. It's not the majority, man. It's just not. All right, thanks for calling, Hard Eight. Call back anytime.
Yeah.
Call back anytime. There you go. Off into the night goes good sir Hard Eight. I appreciate him calling in though. You judge what you will. Yeah, Core Pixel says PS Now work great for me. It works great for a lot of people, and it works shitty for a lot of people. It's not there yet. It's not there yet. Yes, goods, call in. Not a problem, sir. It will be there, though. And when it is there, it will be the future. What is this? Yeah, goods, if you... Oh, I'm sorry. The only way the guess wins the argument... Oh, shut up, Ukaki. Is I mean, again, he couldn't defend his point, except just to say, oh, it's trash. Okay, but that's not what we're talking about. All right, hang on a second. All right, goods, are you there?
Hey, Jeff. Yeah, has this come through?
Yep. What's going on, man?
Awesome. You know what? I listened to the debate.
Yeah.
And I gotta be honest. I agree with both you guys. And
tell me what you agreed with about him.
So Hard-Eight's got great points. I'm a similar type of gamer. I got a $2,000 TV. You know, I don't. You know, if I could choose between streaming a game or not, I would definitely get the disc. You know, or download whatever.
What are you saying right now that you don't think I agree with?
I think what your argument is missing is actually, I think your argument's more about foresight. So I think your position is, look, it's not perfect right now, but if we look out into the future, the problems that Hard-Eight is bringing up, input latency, resolution, that's going to get resolved. You know, that eventually, ideally, that's going to get resolved.
It will never be as resolved as it is having a physical console right in front of you, but it will get resolved from a business standpoint for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it reminds me a lot.
But there's nothing you said about having a nice TV, not wanting any input lag. I understand. I'm not saying that's a bad position to have. I'm not saying Hard-Eight is a bad, that his view of what a game should be is wrong. I think that's great. But I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about what's good for him. There are people that if they had their druthers, they would sit in front of the TV all weekend and watch nothing but football. But there are some people, most people like to follow a couple of teams and they get on with their fucking lives. I'm saying the majority of the world falls into the majority, which is good enough in convenience, low barrier of entry, and cost is what drives the market. Unless you're talking about premium niche-like products.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. I do think streaming is the direction for, let's just call them casuals, for lack of a better word. I actually agree with that. I think what Stadia is doing, what Xbox is doing is going to work. Sony really seems to position themselves, and Microsoft to a lesser extent, of that, 4K, Dolby Atmos, 7.1 surround sound. I mean, seems to be a bit of a conflict between, do we want the casuals or do we want to appeal to the hardcores? And I think the risk of going full streaming is you lose that fidelity.
You do.
That a lot of us gamers like. And I think part of the fear that maybe Hard-Eight is coming at is, we don't want to feel left behind if everything goes streaming.
I understand. I get that. That's a valid fear. That's an absolute valid fear to have. But again, think about this. I mean, just think about it. Just again, I'm not talking about it. Maybe I'm just really bad at expressing myself, but I don't think I am. But I'm not talking about it from a standpoint of what individual people who are talking to me on the stream like. I'm saying put yourself in the shoes of an executive, because these are businesses, okay? And ask yourself, the budgets on the games that you're talking about are going through the roof. You're into $200 million territory. If you're talking about Rockstar Games, there's an estimate that the last Red Dead was $500 million to make that game. Okay? Okay? So ask yourself, if you're these executives, do you want to keep serving that audience where the budgets go up, but the audience doesn't really grow? Or do you look at these audiences of people who are more than happy with games like Fortnite, Among Us, Fall Guys, even PUBG or whatever, and they go, what are we doing? We can spend a fraction of our development cost and we can make a shit ton more money. Okay, I get that you don't want to be left behind. I don't blame you. You know, but you won't ultimately be left behind because ultimately a market will rise up if there's enough people who want it. But
yeah, so this is where I agree, and I think this is where the mutual point of agreement comes with between the pro streaming and pro console is really the pro consoles are right in the sense that right now this is an immature platform.
I agree.
It's not working where we want it, but you're right in the sense of going forward though. This is a pretty damn good direction. Like, going forward, it's going to be awesome.
Right.
So, yeah.
And I agree. Darth Nugget says streaming is for Candy Crush gamers. Not true. But I truly believe most serious gamers, ones who plop down $60, $70 for AAA, do not want to stream their games. Yeah, but ultimately you're not going to be plopping down $60 or $70. You're going to be plopping down $15 or less if you decide to watch it with ads. And the games that you play, for most people, will be good enough. That's just the way it is. All right.
Yeah, and I mean, just the last point to remind everybody, like this is the classic Netflix, debate, right? Where people were like, "Why would you, DVDs, Blu-rays? Why would you want to stream?" And now look at where Netflix is. Once the internet gets into everybody's houses, Netflix blew up.
No, and what people like to tell you is, "Oh, it's not the same." It's like it's not the same from a technological standpoint, but it's absolutely the same from a business standpoint and from a what made Netflix so appealing to people was the low barrier of entry, the variety, the low cost. That's what made it appealing. That is apples to apples when it comes to game streaming and game subscription services. No one is arguing that Netflix experience is different and latency is important in video games. But people, whenever you bring up Netflix, they like to act like, oh, they're different. Well, not where it counts. So, all right, Goods. Thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks a lot, man.
All right,
appreciate
man.
It. Cheers.
Okay. Let me get these super chats real quick. Reggie, thanks, buddy. He says, great show. I appreciate it, buddy. He says, these folks just swear they can stop the future from happening. Same folks held on to cassettes in the late 90s, right? Same folks held on to purchasing games at retail. It's not that I don't like these people. It's not that I'm mad at them. It's just that it's like, we're not arguing that you like it. I get you like it. Nothing's wrong with liking it. That's not what the discussion's about. Living Legend, thank you, buddy. He says, if anyone missed the news today that Ratchet Rift Apart just got 120 frames patch, now you know. I don't even know if my TV can do 120 frames, but I appreciate it. The chat, and I appreciate you letting people know. So if you got yourself a TV worthy, then go out and get yourself that. Again, Darth is like, dude, there's no input from the consumer with video streaming. Literally not comparable. I'm not comparing the moment-to-moment experience. I'm comparing the reason Netflix is successful is the same reason that this will be successful. Okay, I'm going to bring in Rohan. Rohan, it's Jaffe. How you doing, sir? Rohan, where have you been all my life? Rohan.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you great. What's up, man?
Hey. All right. Oh, my bad. I was watching you on YouTube and then I guess I'm a bit behind, but anyway.
Yeah.
Thanks for taking my call, man.
Anytime.
So I've been watching the stream, and I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
And to an extent, I do agree that with you that this is an appeal to kind of bring more people into gaming, right?
In order to make more money. It's not charity. Yeah.
In order to make more money. But here's where I kind of disagree with you, and I'll try to be as nuanced as possible, right?
Yep.
When you make like the Netflix comparison and the comparison to like, cassettes and CDs, and how streaming, essentially took over, right? It hit a critical point and it became the prominent way that people consume media. I think the difference in what you're and yes, this is kind of framed in like right now, but I think it's going to go further beyond this with game streaming. Those services like Netflix not only was convenient, but it also provided a better experience. And I think that, you know, same thing with music, right? With streaming, it was convenient and better. The problem I see,
I don't agree with you. If you could go into a Blockbuster and rent a Blu-ray of Terminator 2 or whatever, or you could stream it on Netflix, the picture quality was better on Blu-ray.
Right, but it was also more convenient to still do it on Netflix. So I'm saying,
oh right, yeah.
It's a combination, right? The problem I see is that I don't know when or even if game streaming is ever going to become better. I think you're saying, oh, it's going to be good enough for some people, right? So it's good enough.
Well, no, that's I'm not saying that. I'm saying it will. What I'm saying is right now, if you have an internet like I do, which is not amazing, the guy, the 8 guy had a much better internet than I do, so maybe it has more to do with proximity to the server. I don't know, but whether it's let's assume it's a blend of proximity to the actual server and it's your internet. If you have that right now, if you are not streaming to your audience, if you are just streaming as a consumer, playing most video games is more than acceptable to me. And I have shown you guys what is not acceptable. So if you thought Killer Instinct is acceptable to me, it's not. It's crap. I wouldn't play that. Okay? So that's right now. But in the future, like 3, 4, 5 years, as it gets better and better and better and better, then I think we're talking about most gaming, unless you're being competitive or you're super hardcore or whatever, it will be acceptable to most people.
But would it be better? And that's
it will be better. Well, if you're including the definition of better with convenient, like you are with Netflix, then yes.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think that's the difference when you're talking about Netflix, you're talking about CDs. The difference was the convenience and it being better. I just don't see how it gets. It can get. I hear what you're saying. It can get good enough. It can get good to a certain extent. But for it to become better, I don't see how that happens. I just don't see how you get a better experience streaming a game than you do with traditional hardware. Because
the answer is, to me, so that game I was showing, Hard 8. Whether it was Vermintide or Arcade Hot Shots Racing. If you watch that video, both of them I say, I'm not even aware I'm streaming. The game was so fluid that... Hang on. So the game was so fluid that after a couple of seconds, I just got lost in the game, okay? So that's good enough for almost everybody. Right? There was no problem playing the game. So you're talking about it like you're painting this picture that I'm playing it and I'm kind of going, yeah, it's okay, but the convenience is so much better that it's okay, it's not as good. I'm telling you, I'm not noticing it being different than it being off my hard drive when I'm playing it, and I'm playing it on a good system like Stadia or Luna, and I don't have a stream I'm sending the signal out to. I'm not pitching it to you like it's good enough, but it's shitty. It's not going to be noticeable to most people.
You're saying that. I don't think you're saying either, but that's what I'm saying too. It's like we can parse like the noticeable, in between. It's like, okay, it's the same or it's better, right? What I'm saying is that it's not going to be better. I hear what you're saying. It's not going to be noticeable, and I saw. But
that level of better is not perceptible to most people. They don't care about that level of better. They won't notice it.
I disagree.
Okay, but
that's mainly what I disagree because all Hard 8 did make the point that a lot of people are now people are getting not everybody's buying a Walmart TV. People are getting good TVs, right? I'm not saying that's the majority.
That's not the majority, right?
That's not the majority. However, that is something. Streaming is never going to get you the same as a traditional hardware. It's
agree. 100% agree.
Be some compromise, and what I'm saying is that. Unless, and I don't know the future. If it gets to the point where it surpasses, it's like, oh man, you actually can have a better experience using streaming than you would, buying a box. Right?
Well, okay, again, if you're talking about better, that definition of better has to include better and noticeable for like a competitive or a hardcore gaming enthusiast aficionado. Yeah.
Well, no, 100%. I don't, well, see, I think, I don't know. I'm not even saying aficionado, I'm saying enthusiast, because like Arty said earlier, if most people only could play a game on streaming, I don't think you would see the game being as big as it is. So obviously there is enough of that gulf. There is enough of that delta, right? And people are not going to be willing to. And I think that's where we disagree, right? We may just be not seeing eye to eye on just like, all right, where is that tolerance level? Right. Good enough.
Right. So I think my question to you is like, look, I would be stunned if anybody played the games I play. And again, there's literally a guy who's just being a troll who says he still can't believe I had the nerve to show a video as proof. I don't know how else I can do it. I don't know how else I can, you know.
I don't think you're being disingenuous.
But my question to you is, I mean, you obviously have tried streaming on Luna and Stadia, and it's not fun for you, or it's not acceptable. I'm not saying you're a liar, but I'm saying that you probably haven't experienced it like I have for whatever reason.
I hear that, but and you know, I think we're just I don't know if we're going to concede, but really. And here's the thing: I don't even disagree with you when you're saying that, you know, this is going to get adoption. Adoption is going to go up.
Yeah.
But where I disagree with you is where you say, like, you know, this is the future in terms of it's going to overtake, you know, a la like a Netflix, a la CDs.
Oh, of course.
I don't
think
that happens. I don't think that happens unless there is a convenience and it's a better experience.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you if Microsoft, okay. I mean, Cyberpunk, by the way, is a great example. Cyberpunk came out, and it was buggy everywhere except Stadia. A lot of people bought it on Stadia. Not a lot. I mean, it's, you know, Stadia. But, you know, more than normal bought it on Stadia because it was like, well, I want to play it, and it's not buggy, so let me fucking play it there. If you had a developer, let's say Stadia had stuck with first party, and let's say they had gotten a Neil Druckmann, a Corey, a Miyamoto, a Shannon Studstill, whatever, and you were playing those games and they were really fun, you don't think people would go, oh, yeah, I fucking love this? I mean, how can that not be an option? If the quality is there of the games and they're made exclusively for streaming. But I think what's going to happen is it's going to be Sony comes out and says, next generation, we're going to be streaming day one, but we're also still going to sell you the games, or we're going to let you download the games. And eventually, just like with digital, it's going to eventually get adopted and it's going to become the norm.
I mean, this is where if they were to do, like, you know, follow like the way Apple does things, you know, Apple's never really the company that's going to do something first.
Yeah.
But when they do to implement it, it's going to be better than anything else, right?
Usually, yes.
So, right. So that's what I'm saying. If that happens, then I can see, okay, yes, then that is going to become, you know, that's going to be the tipping point where it's, you know, it goes not even mainstream, but it overtakes, you know, where I would say traditional gaming with a box under your TV becomes the niche, right?
Okay, I'm listening. I'm looking something up regarding what you're saying on the internet, so I'm not paying attention to you.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just where I'm coming from. I think that it's going to take that convenience and it being better. And the reason why I say it's going to be, I mean, obviously it's going to be a while before it gets better because of the latency, because of, you know, the compromises that exist today, right? And then the whole thing with the latency, there's so many factors involved, right? I know we're talking about internet speed, you know, we're talking about how close we are to servers. There could be so many other things going on, right, in between your ISP and, you know, your wherever you are, that could throw a wrench into the whole latency thing. So that I don't think that, I mean, to say, you know, some people are gonna have good experiences, it's good that in itself is gonna be such a long time before, you know, the number of people that have great experiences, right, not just good enough, just, you know, gets to a tipping point. I think that's another just unknown variable within all of it, right? Because not, you know, there's internet cap speeds, right? There's, you know, whatever it is between, like I said, between the ISP and your house, you know, that there's gonna be some unknown there. So when you take that in combination with the visuals, I think what is GamePass doing now, or XCloud? Right now I think they cap their streaming at 1080p, right?
Okay.
So you're streaming the game at 1080p. You may be sitting there with a 4K TV, with upscales, whatever. If it's if there's even a bit late, so you start seeing some blocking, that doesn't look good, so the audio, you may have some audio issues or whatever. My point is that I think that there's just going to be it's going to have to become better, and I don't know how streaming really overtakes gaming on dedicated hardware.
It won't be on dedicated hardware. It'll be on a TV. Oh, I see. You mean better than that?
Yeah, dedicated hardware means like PS5 or Xbox.
Well, I was looking for this. The closest I could find on short notice is this. This is a site that they're going back to people complaining about Netflix in 2007. So in 2007, the CEO was cautious about proclaiming streaming revolution. The market is microscopic, he said. DVD is going to be a very big market for a very long time. Their 2007 audience of 6.3 million subs were accustomed to DVDs, so better not to alienate them. And DVD format still reigned. Now, the phrase very long time is relative in the tech world. Well, we know what happened, right? All I'm saying is this argument that you guys are making is the same argument. And I understand that there's latency. I understand it's a different thing. But I also understand. Here's what I also understand. I also understand that the number of people that will watch a movie on Netflix or a TV show on CBS or whatever's easier dwarfs the number of people that will go watch a big budget movie that just came out in theaters, because convenience and cost trumps everything else. So if streaming, in order to work in the next 5-6 years, requires different kinds of games, then it'll require different kinds of games. It doesn't. I
agree. I agree, and that is another aspect to this, right? Where it's like the technology isn't necessarily adapt for the experiences we're accustomed to today. So what do? They go create another experience that's more closely works with technology. I completely agree there, and that could be somewhat transformative.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that you brought up the Netflix that article. What I'm saying is that I think the difference, right? And this is another thing too. I think when it comes to like this entertainment and just different forms of entertainment, streaming music, right? It's not necessarily interactive, right? You're listening to it, you're watching a movie, right? Mm-hmm. You're not really being an active participant in the movie or in the music you're listening to. I think with gaming, mm-hmm. I mean, they've been trying. Game streaming isn't anything new. I remember Gaikai back in the days. Mm-hmm. That was. I mean, what we have now is leagues better than that. But what I'm saying is that it still hasn't, in my opinion, hasn't gotten close, or even to the point where it's going to get better, right? I know we were talking about earlier close enough, and I still think that even that in itself is complicated, because you can't it's hard to gauge what's going to be acceptable to some people and to others. Yeah. But I don't know if what we're going to see happens the same as like a Netflix or where it's like more people are apt to download the games now as before they were just going into a physical store. And even then, you're downloading the game, you're still playing the game, from your hard drive. So it's not streaming, right? So you're not really losing anything there, compromised. It's actually more convenient because now you don't have to go to the store. You don't have to go, find a guy at Target with
all
the
right,
keys,
let me ask you one last question then. Can you guess the top earning games of last year?
If I had to guess, I would say
and let me give you the money first.
Okay.
The number 5 game earned a little over $1 billion. The number 4 game earned a little over $1 billion. The number 3 game earned about $1.3 billion. The number 4 game earned $2.5 billion, and the number 1 game earned $2.6 billion.
If I had to guess, just knowing, so Fortnite's probably number 1 or 2.
Not even on the list. Not even on the list.
Really?
Yep.
So wait, you're saying games that earn the most?
Earn the most. Earn the most money.
Fortnite wasn't in the top 5?
Nope. Here's what's not there.
All right.
GTA's not there. FIFA's not there. Fortnite's not there. Call of Duty's not there.
I'm shocked.
Of course you're shocked, because I'm telling you, because I'm telling you, you're not in the minority. You're not in the majority.
Well, what are the games that are on there?
Roblox was number 5. Coin Master was number 4. Pokemon Go was number 3. Number 2 was Honor of Kings, and number 1 was PUBG Mobile.
Those are mobile games, Jaffe. I mean,
they're all the games. This is all of the games. This is not the mobile games that earn the most. These are the games that earn the most. So, ask yourself, if you are running a business, and what are you going to do? Are you going to go, let me keep spending $200 million in hopes that I make a game that this never-expanding group of gamers like? Or do I go, this is ridiculous. There are people who are more than willing to pay a lot more money, or there are a lot more people willing to pay money for things that don't cost near as much. That's all I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't want to play these fucking games.
I don't either.
I'm just saying I'm just saying that this. Yeah, Don. I know it's not the same audience. I know. I'm not saying it. That's not my argument. I'm not defending these as quality games. That's all.
I see where you're coming from.
That's
right?
all. I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
You're saying this is coming, right? You know, the people at the top are looking at it and say, "Hey, we can make more money. We're gonna make more money." So, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But this, and if I'm being honest with you, like, this is the type of stuff where it's like, all right, look and see. It's like, all right, is this where gaming is going? I don't know. I don't like this because this just isn't what I want. Right. So I hear what you're saying. You know, you are gonna have some people that come off as like, oh, you know, they're gonna want to resist the change.
And I respect that. I respect that. But I'm just saying that we're having a different conversation. I'm not talking about that though. Sure, of course you have a right to be upset about it. You have a right to not want to play these games. You have a right to say, if this is where gaming is going, I don't want to be involved. But what you sound like are the same people that say, if this rock and roll is going to get in the way of Bing Crosby, then I want nothing more to do with it. It's like, this is the future, right? And it doesn't mean that the gamers that are currently the enthusiasts won't continue to be served. Of course they will, because there's money. But they're not going to be served the way they expect to be served because they're not the biggest, dog in the park anymore. That's all I'm saying. All right, man. I appreciate the call, Rohan. Call back anytime. All right, last caller, I think, unless somebody... Kuristafa, what's up, man?
Hey, Jaffe. I just wanted to talk about, the whole streaming thing.
Yep.
I'm not sure... Yeah, so I personally believe that streaming isn't this big future thing. I don't think we're going to go the Netflix of games and all that stuff.
Okay.
But I do think streaming will go more into, a lot more of the mainstream. Let's see, which, the first point I want to start... I guess the first point I want to start with is, I don't think... convenience, I don't think streaming is as convenient as people think, mostly because when you look at the gigabytes and the size of most games, not all, but the gigabytes of most games, you can just download them in 4 or 5 minutes. Your computer probably has a terabyte, and a game's 5 to 10 gigabytes big. So downloading is not that easy. Now, granted, I do think in the future there will be this you'll have a program like Xbox Game Pass where you can just stream games and be like, oh, I can stream these games. But you can also be given the option to download. So you can either stream it or you can download it. And, obviously, depending on the game,
but not if it's running on a TV. Not if there is not if there's no hardware.
Well, that's true. Yeah, that's true too. I think that's where streaming does come into play. You can stream on a TV, whereas if you don't have a TV, you need a hard drive. So there was that. I also do think there's already games that are doing streaming, at least in Japan, like Resident Evil 7 for Nintendo Switch. You could play that through streaming. I actually tried that. It was pretty decent.
Oh, sorry.
You're gonna get a lot more.
Let me turn that down. I'm sorry. That was my fault. Go ahead.
So Resident Evil 7 was on the Nintendo Switch via streaming in Japan, and that did pretty well. And that was a way for Capcom to start putting some games on Nintendo Switch, was through streaming. So I think streaming will have its benefits.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that's like really keeps it away is this idea of like you can have a hard drive right now. Granted, TVs right now don't have a hard drive, but there's a very big possibility in the future TVs might have hard drives. TVs might have 100 gigabyte, 200 gigabyte hard drives.
Why?
I actually see that being because you might want to you would want to like download certain programs or like certain softwares onto the TV. And hard drives nowadays, you can get like a 100 gigabyte hard drive for like $20-$30. It doesn't cost anything.
But why would your average person who just wants a good enough TV want a hard drive?
No, but like, well, what if the TV comes with a hard drive? Like if you buy a TV, it just comes with a hard drive.
It would make it more expensive.
It would make it more expensive by like $30. Not that much.
Okay, whatever. I mean, what's the point? I don't think most people care. No one's watching Netflix going, by the way, I'm streaming this right now. They're not watching Netflix going, I really wish I could, download Stranger Things. They're like, oh, okay, it's done. Let's go do something else.
Yeah. Now, the thing about streaming though is like you have to have servers that people can connect to.
That's right.
And once you start getting into like the hundreds of thousands, the millions of people, like it's going to cost a lot more money to like have people running on servers. So I think that's the only thing I don't know about is that cost issue, like the cost of at what point do we have so many players that it's a lot more efficient for people to download their stuff onto like a PS4 or to a phone, and then they connect via servers, because that's what Pokemon Go does. Pokemon Go, you download like half.
Right. I don't know. Here's what I'll tell you. I understand, and I'm not too far from it. I get why people don't necessarily trust corporations. All I can tell you is a lot of that level of nuance of cost of servers and cost of people running the servers. If you use Occam's razor a little bit, what do you think seems more likely, right? Do you think it seems more likely that Google, that is like a 6-month hiring process, Microsoft, one of the first $1 trillion companies, Amazon, one of the biggest companies in the world, and Sony to some extent, not as big, but still very important. Do you think they're just all dumb? And do you think all these guys on the internet are right and they're just stupid?
No, I actually think the opposite. I think all the people on the internet are stupid. Like I've been listening to the stream for the past hour, and it's just nothing but stupid.
But I'm just kind of like going, do you think these people are like, gosh, we didn't think about the latency and the ping. Never would have thought of that. Goddamn, we just invested $1 billion in this fucking thing. Well, I guess we should go to NeoGAF to figure out what our next play. I mean, what? I'm stunned by it.
I remember when Sony bought Gaikai. I loved Gaikai, and I think Gaikai was great. And honestly, the biggest problem with PlayStation now wasn't the streaming. If anybody says it was the streaming, it's not. It was the way they were pricing and the way people were buying stuff, and then their subscription. It was just a lot of money stuff. That's what it was. It wasn't the fact that you can't stream these games. I streamed a lot of PlayStation Now games. I did too. It was mostly just the money. That was it. People didn't feel comfortable with like Sony's pricing. But then you look at something like Xbox Game Pass. Xbox Game Pass is super popular right now. Like everybody loves it, right? If Microsoft said, "Hey, here's a game," you're technically not going to download it, but it's free with Xbox Game Pass. You got Xbox Game Pass, and you can stream it. I don't think there's going to be a bunch of people saying, "Oh, it's a streaming game. I don't want to play it." Like, no, there's going to be people that play it. Like that. That's just how it goes, So you have companies like Microsoft that are investing all this money in research and development to, make streaming more viable and more commercially used. I just don't believe that there's going to be a future where everything is streaming, or even 90% of it's streaming. I think there's in the future there'll be maybe 65% streaming.
Well, I mean, at that point where nobody knows the percentage. I think the only thing that we can utilize historically is that money, the market adjusts for convenience, cost, and variety. That no matter what you're talking about, whether you're talking about shoes, computers, fast food, that is always accurate. And there's no reason to think that won't be accurate when it comes to this. The only real question becomes how long will it take the technology to merge with a group of people who make games that people want to play, and they try streaming because they want to play the game, and they go, hey, this is pretty fucking good. But
I think the technology is here right now. I think the technology for streaming has been here for almost a decade. It's just a matter of, like,
you have to have the right internet. You have to be close enough to the servers. I mean, I think it would be disingenuous to assume the people who are suggesting streaming for them is a bad experience. I don't think they're lying. I get it. I've had bad streaming experiences.
I don't know. I disagree. I was streaming Gaikai on my phone back in 2011, 2012.
Where do you live? What part of the world?
Southern California.
Yeah, I can't even play Wi-Fi streaming on my phone, and I have one of the newest iPhones. So who the fuck knows why it works for you, it doesn't work for me. But the point is, my experience, I'm not lying to you, I can't play xCloud on my phone because it's horrible. But I'm playing this on xCloud right now, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, I guess that's just a lot more like, that's just more research and development. I guess I'm trying to make the argument that, like, that streaming will be something that gaming will have to, I don't want to say accept. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of, like, I don't think Microsoft is going to be like, yep, everything is streaming, no more digital, no more downloading your games, no more physical games. I don't, because, like, I don't see that as, like, the way people, consume video games. The way people consume video games is different than how people consume movies. That's why, like,
it's not though. I mean, I'm probably older than you are. The way we used to consume movies was you had to check the newspaper, and they only started a couple of times a day, and if you weren't there, forget it. And the way we used to consume TV is you better be in front of your TV when the show starts, because if you don't see it, you're never going to see it again. The way we consume movies now, because of technology and because of businesses that have risen up to support that technology and take advantage of that technology, is totally different. So people's relationship with how they consume video games today really is irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
No, that's where I kind of have to disagree. That's where I really do disagree with you on, because
why?
Like, when it comes to movies, it's literally just like the video image that goes from, like, that left to right as you watch the movie.
Okay.
That's kind of what it is. But with video games, it's a lot more, like, I want to say emotional, because you feel connected and you feel like you're a part of the product. I know that's weird to say, but that's kind of like
it's not weird. It's not weird, but how is that any different from watching a movie where you cry and feel connected to the characters? So what?
Because buying the game is part of the experience. I know
oh God, that's so dumb.
No, but it's true.
It's true, but it's not so important that it trumps money. Going to the movie theater is part of the experience. Going to the record store was part of the experience. There's a whole movie out right now called The Last Blockbuster about how people miss the VHS experience of going to the movies on a Friday night with their friends and getting a pizza and coming back home and watching horror movies, right? All of that.
Blockbuster died.
I know that, but all of that was part of the experience too, that rightly so a lot of people miss. But it doesn't mean that the business cared. The business is like, yeah, you can go over in the corner and miss it. In the meantime, I'm going to be counting my fucking money.
Yeah, but, like, why does movie theaters still make money? Why does, like, Disney, for example, for the longest time didn't have Disney Plus. The only reason Disney had Disney Plus was because of the pandemic. That was a big reason they pushed it. But
that is absolutely not true. Disney, if you read the biography by Bob Iger, who's been the CEO of Disney, Bob Iger wanted to make Disney Plus like 6 years ago. And Disney Plus was in development and was actually available but 6 months before the pandemic started.
Yeah, but, like, why didn't that become, like, a big thing that everybody was using till, like, the actual pandemic? That's the thing.
Well, because they didn't have anything worthy, but Netflix did.
Okay, so, well, all right, even if that's true, we still look at, like, actual numbers now for streaming. You look at, the Mulan, sorry, I can't speak. The Mulan movie that came on Disney Plus, where you had to spend, I think it was, like, you had the Disney Plus subscription, plus, like, another, like, $20-25, was it, to watch the movie?
Sure.
I could be wrong, but I think it was
No, you're right.
Yeah, and the thing is, I don't know the numbers, but I imagine Disney probably didn't make as much money as they would have if they just put Mulan into theaters and then made that gangbuster, theater money, and then put it on Disney Plus.
Sure, that's right.
And you might, there's an argument saying like, well, what about in the future? What about 10 years from now? Will movie theaters still exist 10 years from now? And it's like, I think, honestly, people like that movie-going experience, I thought that was going to die like 6 to 8 to 10 years ago. I thought the movie experience was going to die 10 years ago, and it's stronger than ever. So if I was wrong on that, I'm willing to be wrong on the possibility that theaters will be around for 10 years, and that's where Disney makes most of its money, not all, most in the movie theater. So the same kind of goes with streaming, where people want the product. Now, granted, there will be a large majority of people like, I don't care, I'll get the Netflix of gaming and stream. But I wouldn't say that's the majority. I wouldn't say the majority are people.
I don't think you have the facts to back that up, though. That's the truth. But Kurosaf, I appreciate you calling, buddy. Thank you. Call back anytime.
Okay.
You don't have the facts to back it up, Kurosaf. You just don't. Let me bring in Driver. Driver, it's Jaffe. What's up, man? Driver, you're on. You're muted, though. Now, by the way, this is streaming, so I'm just curious. I'm streaming out to you guys. Yeah, you don't have to set up computer. Just do it. We'll bring you along. Driver, it's Jaffe. Driver, you got to turn your computer down, man. You're on latent. It's bad.
Okay. Sorry about that. Wait, can you hear that?
Yeah, turn down your computer. What's up?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm watching your stream while... Okay, sorry.
That's all right.
I'll make this quick. So, I wanted to ask, back then, I wasn't around back then, but back during the PS2 era, do you think you could make possibly a PS2 type game where it kind of like, you have nostalgia for like PS2 type graphics and mechanically, can you still make like a PS5, like it's like Sony would make the game like that's like a PS2 game, but more mechanically flawless and less clunky PS5 game or PS5, and somehow make it work? And would it like modern consumers actually like such a thing like that? I guess
you're saying you want to make a really good streamlined fun game, but it looks like it's PS5 graphics or PS2 graphics.
Right. PS2, like, well, the budget of a PS2 game, I guess. Like, would that be possible? But like, it doesn't look the greatest.
What would the wait a minute. What would the graphics be like? Are you saying they're PS5 generation or what?
I guess for people who like Twist Metal Black or something, because like a lot of the games, like during that era or whatever, like they were more dark in tone, but like things that look kind of like that, like would that float at all? Would that work? You're
talking about thematic then, correct?
I guess so. I'm just saying, like, if you like, yeah, like, let's say Twist Metal Black for some, if it was made the way it was, but it was released on the PS5, but it was just the way it was. Like, would that still work in modern day or no?
No, I think the game would be way too simple.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know then.
Okay. All right, man. Thanks for calling. I mean, you could try it, but I think you'd have a hard time making your money back. You'd have to figure out a way to plus it more. All right, thanks for the call, dude. I appreciate it, man.
Sorry.
13-year-old gamer. How you doing, man? All right. I'm going to try this real quick. I have not tried Doom Eternal yet. All right, Ariel. Good to see you, buddy. "13-year-old, you are in, but you are not talking. If you want to talk, though, you're on the stream." But again, this is absolutely going with me streaming, so your mileage will vary. Oh, that's also nice. If this saved my game from where I'm playing it on my PC, that would be fantastic. No, it did not. Oh, this is... Yeah, so this is terrible. I can't play this. Yeah, this is junk. I cannot play this. Yeah, that's awful. Absolutely awful. All right, 13-year-old gamer. I don't know where you are, bud. What about Cosby? Jesus Christ, man. He should still be in fucking... Oh, they added this. They just added this when we were talking. Jesus, I hope we wanted to play this. Yeah, I know. Cosby should absolutely still be in jail. What are you talking about, man? All right, well, 13-year-old, I'm going to let you go, buddy. Thanks for trying to call. All right, fellas, I may be streaming later tonight games. Otherwise, thank you guys for the heated debate, the information, the news, the chats, the, what else? The super chats, the memberships. I appreciate it very, very much. We talked for a good long time. It's 10 o'clock here. I'm out. Thank you guys. Appreciate it a lot. Let's see how this looks first, though. Don't go anywhere. I mean, go if you want, but I want to see if this looks good. I don't know what this game is. I just thought the screenshots looked pretty cool. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. I don't care. I just want to see the game. What's the game, love? What is this? Does anybody know what this is? Thank you, Brian King. See you, Darth Nugget. Good to see you, buddy, as always. Dracula. Thank you, Christopher. Oh my God, show me the game. I don't care. Steve, I don't mind it. I like debates and discussions. We can, you know, again, we can, there's no need to agree as long as we can debate honestly and sort of from a place of fairness and accuracy based on our experiences. I'm totally down. But I wish there was a way. I mean, I've seen people do that. You've seen things on Twitter where people kind of show the lag, but you've seen good and bad, so that's not really going to help you. All right, Naw Dog, good to see you, bud. All right. Well, this is taking forever. All right.